our country, they're living off the American taxpayers. And all you damn dumb Democrats think is that's a good thing. Oh boy, what you gonna do when you have no more income or more 401k or nothing? You're supporting the damn illegal immigration. It is what it is. I'm telling you, the American taxpayers are paying for all this illegal immigration. What you gonna do when there's nothing left for you and all the illegal immigration is taken away from you? Oh boy, those sleepy Joe and his old crackhead son, Hunter Biden.
Well, you hear that guy all off frequency? It sounds like he has a microphone stuck in his butt. Wow, he's impressed. I'm impressed. He could talk while shitting at the same time. He's blowing shit right out of his mouth.
Jobs or got any kind of retirement time like a 401k? I got 3 or 4 of my closest friends that got 401ks. Said they lost anywhere from 20 to 30% of their 401k with Joe already. Shit, he hasn't even been fucking fired or fucking hung on a rope yet.
10-9. CQDX 595. Hey, Bill, those guys, they have distorted radios. That's why they don't understand you. Just like their brains, how they vote. 10-9. I can't understand all that jibber jabbing going on out there. Everybody's got this. And that's why we're ahead out here and you're behind, like 40 years behind the times there.
So they like smelling behind.
Look what happens. I figured out how to get out. You're still figuring out how to blow your boyfriend.
Oh boy, now we got some more sick ones out there trying to get in there. Oh my God, I'm at the standby and let them talk.
Well, when I called out fags, Bill, did you hear they all came out at the same time?
They're sniffing.
Well, they're all mad because their wives told them they had the smallest dicks out of all their friends, and that's a whole group of tiny dicks.
World Radio 962 for Columbia, Canada listing.
There goes the neck. CQ calling CQ. Triple.
Yeah, what's going to happen if you don't get no more social security disability, you don't get no more welfare? What's going to happen with your retirement fund and everything else? They don't give you a check anymore. What's going to happen? What are you going to do? Live off of food stamps? Shit. They're not going to give you food stamps anymore. What are you going to do? Stand on the street with the bums?
No, Bill, that ain't what they're going to do. Listen to these guys. They're squealing and screaming. They're on welfare. You're talking. You don't see meters. It's the difference between 10 meter and 11 meters. As soon as you go to 28 megahertz, all the way down to 1.5 megahertz, you'll see people that are not on welfare. As soon as you go into 27 megahertz, the welfare light lights up on my radio. No, I like using people like you that don't have any teeth that got to go gnaw on a dick at a truck stop to get your meal. No, you gnaw on every dick at a truck stop, so you're like McDonald's, dude. You sucked every dick in town. Smart part of you. You know, just because your wife left you for another man, or did you leave your wife? Wait, I got that wrong. Your wife told me you left her for another man.
You like that sounding dog. It's sounding like you're in and out. That's what it sounds like.
if you came out here, you wouldn't do a fucking thing, because I'd tear your fucking
Bring that ass over here, boy.
my damn check. You might get cut from your nuts.
Over here, boy.
This is what would happen.
First of the month, I want my damn check. I want my check now.
Boy, I haven't heard enough angry Democrats out there in a long time, man. That's a lot of angry Democrats here. I'm going to set my microphone up because I'm actually working while I'm doing this.
Bring that ass over here, boy.
Where's my
Those
check?
angry Democrats, I do like tickling your feathers once in a while. It makes it a little funner.
CQDX 469 Malala, Oregon, USA. 469.
We have Crybaby DEFCON 4. Crybaby DEFCON 4. We got the Crybaby DEFCON 4. Crybabies at DEFCON 4.
About south of Portland, Oregon, in the woods.
Yeah, see? That's why they won't come over and get their ass beat either, because they know their fat, obese ass. Hey, we got a guy out here named 712. We call him California Tiger King. He's a perfect example. You pull up in front of his house to whoop his ass, he turns off the lights and turns off his radio. He likes to talk behind people's back. There's only a couple of them out here. Let's see. We got 657, 411, and 712. The three fucking Democrats of the fucking county. And all they do is talk behind people's back. So we just call the pedophiles, creeps, and morons out and let everybody know what they're like. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's kind of fun, ain't it? I like doing this. I think it's a fun, broadcasting's fun. And I have a good time broadcasting. It's a fun thing when you're doing that. I could do it all day long. And while I'm working on this gentleman's amplifier, I'm going to sit here and do the same thing for you, because I'm sure you guys all like it. Because we all like broadcasting, because we're all fat, obese Americans, and that's all we do. I was having better fun talking to Italy this morning. That's right. So we're going to rag chew. I'm going to rag chew. I like rag chewing. I love rag chewing. And rag chewing is the best. That's what I bought this thing for, was the rag chew. And I like rag chewing. It's a good thing. No sparks, no arcs. And rag chewing's kind of nice. Maybe how do we get that microphone a little closer? And yeah, I know, you guys. I'm a PP long key. I like to talk to 257 out in Santa Barbara a lot. Old Henry, he's another PP long key, but he's not out this morning. Kind of a shame, but he would have loved to talk to you guys. It's a fun thing to do, isn't it? Come back to rag chew. Wow, and this is a couple screws. Let's see, I got 3 screws. Oh yeah, we're perfect. You know these AL 1500s, man, I'll tell you, they got, what, 32 screws in them? What? A nightmare. Every single time I put one of these together, nothing but a nightmare. You got to deal with a million screws, and all you CBers love to overdrive them, blow them up. And what happens next is the inevitable. Something bad comes out of it. It's never anything good, but that's good. Well, I think one of you guys could do it. I don't run this garbage, to be honest with you, but I repair it all day long. I got 3 of them on my bench, and an AL82, and well, you guys love burning up those Ameritrons. That's all I can say. They're like big block Chevys. You can only hot rod them for so long before they throw a rod out of them. Yeah, I hear a lot of dickheads on 38. I've been out here. The one dude running his mouth pissed me off, so I figured I'll just lock up your channel for a while. You can go somewhere else if you don't like it. And, that's all good. Hey, what's up, super dickhead? Was that you running your mouth, kissing your mother after you licked her ass?
In the radio, I don't know. Don't make sense.
Oh, well, you know, I might as well throw a musical carrier for the rest of the day and just lock this channel up, just like you're doing out there. You like playing noises? I'll play noises for you. Whatever there, sperm burper. You keep playing music there. Sounds like gay porn you're watching in the background while you talk to me and beat off.
Don't talk bad about homos. Don't let them talk bad about you in any way. Just turn off the radio or let them...
Well, anybody who talks about it, but a guy like you, you're the swallower of it. You like to swallow sperm? Is that what you say? I don't understand what you did say. I think you said you like to swallow sperm from another man's mouth at a truck stop. I think that's what you said, but maybe I was wrong. Maybe I missed your misconstrued what you said. Oh, boy, you like that? Boy, look at that. I'm going to come out here all day long. Look at that. All day. Look at that. Ain't that fun? Keep you dummies drooling on your sticks. Talking about swapping sperm, man. That guy's swallowing his microphone.
Farmer was a Democrat.
You like that? I'll do it all day. All day long. Look at that. I didn't know I could... How do you keep it, dickhead? Complete dickhead. Suspense, under suspense. I keep my mic, and I'll tell you tomorrow. No, there's some asshole talking shit, playing music, and I'm sick and tired of listening to his mouth. Everything that comes out of it's a four-letter word. Some guy trying to be the king dick. Well, I'm going to come out here and show him how I'm going to take away his receipt from one side of the country. Hey, have a good one, man. I'll let you listen to that fuckerhead. You might have to listen to him. I've been listening to him for hours. 73s, my friend. Quick look through 24. God bless. Have a wonderful weekend. 73s, my friend.
I hear that have a pleasant day and a better day tomorrow. Fly 10 in the mud duck portal back line. Quack, quack. And what's going to happen when all these Democrats are all going to be walking around bow-legged because they all take it in the ass. Oh, with Joe Biden. Oh, my God. They're destroying the American people. Shit, they're all turning them gay.
think there were so many queers in the in the Midwest. I didn't know there was that many faggots out there, Bill. I thought California, you go to Hollywood and LA, you see all those guys holding hands and shit like that, have their hands in their pants and shit. Ugh. And boy, oh boy, there's a slew of them out there. I think it must be a monkeypox fest or something.
I think they're just having kids be living in those farms, and I think all those farms all over are getting to their head. Their wives don't like them, so they go out there to the barn and have fun.
Hey, you can blame Biden letting it come across the border. That's right. Sperm burpers are out there, man. I think it's a monkeypox. And you know what? There's no cure for monkeypox. Biden ran out of it, so that's a good thing. I hope the Democrats have another gay fest.
Say what you want, but you guys all voted. I did that.
So did all your dead relatives.
You like high gas prices? I did that. You voted for Joe Biden, so quit your sniveling.
One, two, three. 1, 2, 3, testing. Audio, testing.
You bleeding liberals all voted.
I think out there in Michigan, was it 24?
Voted for Joe Biden. Don't cry now.
I hear it. Hey, Roger, there, 23. How you doing out there in Michigan?
You live with the high prices.
Hey, Bill, you're not squealing. Turn it up. You turned yourself into a mud duck. Hey, you might want to listen to that guy cry, Bill, but he's full of shit just like his boyfriend.
Try screaming into this power mic. But anyway, hey,
they call him Santorum. Watch out, Bill. That guy's full of Santorum, screaming and shit.
And your way.
Hey, Jim. Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah, exactly. It's all bullshit. Absolutely. That's the best part of the whole thing. Ain't that right? This is coming from a guy that studied the question. Eventually, everything's going to come to a head. And you know what? It's about there. It's eventually everything's going to come to a head, and something's got to happen. Something's got to give.
Anybody can memorize the questions. How about applying the theory behind it and actually knowing and understanding it? A whole different ballgame.
Clean up on aisle 38, actually. There's a turpentine spill on aisle 38.
Oh man, absolutely, it's going in their pockets, and you know what? That's probably Hunter Biden's crack habit money. That's what he's doing, and now he's going to increase the size of the IRS to go after. They say they're going to go after the big corporations, but historically, if you look at the IRS, they go after the little guy. 97% of poor people get audited by the IRS.
American people to support their habits, and now they're giving away all this Americans' money. Shit, they're called deep pockets Democrats.
Yeah, deep pockets Democrats when it's other people's money. Yeah, they call me Bill Clinton out here. Yeah, I'm Bill Clinton out here. What's going on? Nah, if you mess with me, you're going to shoot yourself in the back. You're going to commit suicide, and you're going to shoot yourself in the back of the head twice.
What you talking about?
Just like everybody else who made the Clintons mad. They always committed suicide by taking their revolvers and sticking them in the back of their head and pulling the trigger twice.
Professional, high-grade professors of economic studies.
A bunch of people took the stupid pills today.
Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't stick my dick in Monica Lewinsky. I would even stick it in her mouth, that fat pig. I mean, compared to his wife, I guess she would be considered hot. But in reality, Monica Lewinsky's nasty.
Camel Toe Harris said she went to a concert thinking that she could just get in there because
I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Monica, you might think she's hot, but I just think she's a pig.
some big concert and they told her to get the hell out of there. They kind of doors are closed. Boy, see, that's kind of sad. What's going to happen when they close your door?
Well, I think the pigs win. I heard 1.
CQ. World Radio 614.
Camel Toe Harris and Shifty Shift. Oh my God, what a piece of work they are.
If you watch what's going on, this is socialism.
Do
not believe that it's
stand in front of Joe Biden when they start shooting.
It's socialism. Watch what's coming. They're going to take away your rights. Look at China. They told Chinese, hey, if you give up your rights, give us your property, we'll give you rice and meat stew for the rest of your life. They gave up all their rights, and now what do they have? Nothing.
CQ, the access is 595 Lake Tahoe, Nevada.
That's right.
They're trying to turn the United States into like North Korea. They talk to the supreme leader, the Democratic Carter, and we will take care of you, but you have no rights. All you have to do is sit there and bow down to the supreme leader. Not going to be nowhere freedom for the American people. Shit, all the damn illegals flooding our country. What's that going to do? It's going to put us in the people. They're talking about dividing the people. Shit, they're bringing all these foreign entities and all these fucking foreign immigrants into our country. What do you think is going to happen? It's going to divide the people. That's what Joe Biden wants to do. That's a fucking joke.
You Oscar Pappers.
1157, we'll sit back out here and listen. We'll be on the side.
Yes, my name is William.
These things every day. I guess there's many ways.
Too much noise, I'm sorry.
The damn Democrats keep on sucking on that weedy too long. Shit, they're going to go blind and deaf.
Okay, thanks for giving me a call then.
Good evening, Massachusetts. You got Canada's finest, number 3.
I'll say 73 to you now. God bless you and your family. Bye.
Roger, 1-4 around Massachusetts.
All these illegal immigrants that are coming to our country, they're not working. Shit, they can't get a real job and pay taxpayers money. Who's paying for it? The American taxpayers. Grow up, come on. You can't even fucking smell the roses. All you gotta do is stick your ass up Joe Biden.
Hey, Franco, go to 36. Hey, Franco, 36.
England, 014 England. QSY 365. Channel 36.
And I got some Democrat out there going, weenie. Shit, that's all I can think of, weenie.
GDX 782, Southern California.
Vote for Weedy.
There in Kentucky, Doug Portable 1009 on the west side.
Check on that 711 Kentucky. I don't know if this thing was getting out today.
Vote for Weedy.
Democrats out there sucking on the children's mic, exactly. your bag is leaning and fucking all fucking camel toe hair to fucking behind.
Take some more fentanyl, stupid. I sure would like to find that little son of a bitch that fucking little agitator. Stick my foot up his ass. There's only one Mud Duck Radio.
Can't we out there? Tomorrow, Mud Duck Portable 1009 back wide.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. 505 San Diego. Hello.
Coming from the beach of Southern California, this 4-foot whipping stick out here in the beach, 1009 Mud Duck Portable back wide. Roger on that 707, definitely make it through the mix of my little 4-foot coat hanger. Hey, World Radio. Yeah, I ain't gonna give my World Radio number out no more. Just call me Mud Duck 1009 in this old school technology and Mud Duck Portable at 1009 and this little 4-foot whipping stick. I'll see ya.
Let's see, 37.
3-1. Roger on that buck guy. Still making a good trip. 1009 Portable. Quack, quack.
50 Charlie 1. I'll tell you what. You're a pretty hero. Right in the battle. We're standing by.
How's it going out there, Whiskey Charlie 1, Mud Duck Portable 1009, hello. And QSL, World Radio, 1009, Mud Duck Portable.
What's really going on out there?
Roger on that. Yeah, I got this old school. Believe it or not, it's actually a tram antenna. It's like a 4-foot whipping stick with a big coil on the bottom of it with a little 6-inch ground plate on the bottom of it. But it definitely gets out, I'll tell you what. Exactly. I got, like I said, it says tram right on it. I got old D80 tram. Got this old, it actually says tram on it before they went to Browning. I got the old school one that's got everything all copper, brass on the inside of it. And it's a kick-ass antenna, no doubt. I got a messenger hooked up to it right now, actually. It thing kicks ass, I'll tell you what. Taking names, and I'll tell you what. Actually, I had it in my truck. Anyway, I just had it got out of my truck. Mike was between the seat and had it keyed down for probably about 2 days. Came out and it's still working.
Ahora Santiago, Santiago de Chile, Willy de Santiago de Chile.
So I got this messenger. It's a 1K. It's basically 2 M4V side by side. It's basically 4 driving 16 with my driver.
No, 462, 1146 British Columbia, Canada. I got you, but it's very hard to hear you because of this weedy guy. You never freaking stop.
Mine's got 2 driving 8 on each side, so I got 4 driving 16, and it's been modified driving with a 2650, driving with a 2970s, I guess. A whole shitload of them. I'm countering the beach of Southern California. At about 5 feet above sea level, looking at the water, I can throw a rock in the water where I'm at. Roger on that Whiskey Charlie 1. Have a good one. 73. And my Duck Portable 1009 in this old school technology, little trashy tram getting up.
Morning there, 510.
What's up, Jeff?
Well, Whiskey Charlie 1, Mud Duck Radio, it definitely sounds all right to me. 243, Spokane.
I turned on a couple hours ago trying to get a check in on 39, but no, not yet.
So you've been listening for a while?
Thank you. A couple hours on channel 39.
So Rick was out there talking to somebody right out there.
My friend, have a good weekend.
What's going on?
243, Spokane, he said that.
Yeah, it's a bee's nest. It's been a bee's nest out here on 38 for goddamn a good couple, 2.5 weeks. Anyway, there, 510. Take it easy, 73. We're going to get long, little doggy. Catch you later.
All right, brother Jeff, have fun. 2WR 529.
Roger on that. Definitely heard you there. Roger. Cool. Oh, Roger, yeah, I think...
Yeah, there's only one repeater out here. Number 3 repeater in the Great White North.
Tom that we're both talking about and everything. Yeah, he's got quite a tower set up. It's up in the air there a long ways, Roger.
Yo.
I do real good. No problem at all. T9 Tango Delta 03 calling. No, they won't let me in America anymore. I cause too much trouble. Yeah, I'm on the no-fly list right from Donald Trump. Tango Delta 03.
Yeah, Roger, my friend. You're on 556, 556, Southern Island, my friend.
Isn't that weird? Yeah, no, I love her too. She got a hard right from the old Trumpies. She was doing damn good work, and yeah, very intelligent woman. That's what I gotta have. She's gotta be awful smart. I don't know. I don't care what she looks like, but if she can carry on a conversation with me, she's got my vote.
Hey, 746, 746, that's Oregon. Come on. Hey, thank you. This is 746, that's Oregon. 746, stand by. Hey, 746, out the Flintstone Mobile. Come on. Barefoot and rolling. Let's do it. 746.
Yeah, I don't want to say too much. Somebody's bringing up a General Motors product. Of course, that is a General Motors.
Holy crap. All right, I'm in here. I just stepped out for a minute, y'all. Good evening. Let's see here. Pure Blood, Marcy T, Polarin, Sunfish, Red Dawn, Beer and Beard, Anthony. Dude, I'm so sorry, y'all. I was kind of busy for a second. I stopped by, but I'm around, but I'm back.
Oh yeah, even Honda had that. I got my mommy died, and I got her 13 Honda. They had to redo the bags on it. I guess it's Tacoma is the company or something. They went under. CX Hondas are good cars, and they swing pretty damn fast too.
Holy crap, I think I hear the number 3 repeater in my speaker.
That sounds like a lot, man. Hey, good talk. Honda Civic, probably. You should see the new ones, the Honda Civic, and it's sexy as hell.
Did I hear the number 3 repeater in my speaker out there?
Yeah, can you believe it? I'm talking about Hondas, and there's racing going on.
Really? I didn't know there was a race going on.
746, we'll try it again. Go ahead, what do you got?
Oh, I didn't know there was a race going on. My bad.
Amarillo's leading right now. I think it's Martinsville. The most reliable car you can buy for the dollar.
That's Calvin out there in Saskatoon, so he's out close to y'all out there, Polarin.
Got about 16 of my friends out here. I don't know what to say. I'm all blushing.
No, we got it. Anybody got a copy?
Hey, 1132. This is 746. 746. Out in Oregon. Come on. Yeah, I liked that Tesla for a while until I started hearing the Volvos. I really don't detest this self-driving thing. I kind of like the Cadillac electric one. You spend $50,000, $60,000 in a car, and then after you have it for 5-6 years, you won't even take half a charge. You got to charge it 3 times a day because it won't take a charge, and the batteries cost more than you bought the car. That's kind of a joke.
Hey, attention, all you shoppers out there. Attention, this is the 1122 Wingnut Radio. I'll be fully operational and immensely activated right over here on this extra special frequency. That's right. Please stand by for random calls, and welcome to the live stream, everybody.
A good trip out in a piece of Southern Cal. Mud Duck Portable 1009 with a Mud Duck wave, quack, quack.
It said old Joe Biden back when he put it down. Yeah, freedom comes at a cost. You bet, yeah. Yeah, it'd be nice.
1751, Mud Duck Portable 1009.
Okay, yeah, well, maybe that last one was excellent. Audio somehow clear. I'll be recharging my car when the neighbor goes with his car.
581, World Radio 510, whipping stick waving.
4430 San Francisco Bay Area.
Roger, roger.
Hey, you made it, Long Island 357. You're in my Chinese speaker. Calling my name out on the whole thing.
Afternoon there, Chuck.
Copy of 940 Sacramento, California.
San Francisco, Colgate, that whipping 125 out there in Kentucky. So making a good trip yourself. Mud Duck Portable 1009, waving ahead.
You got a copy? 940 Sacramento.
CQDX 090, Ireland.
090 out there in Ireland. 090 in Ireland. You got a copy of 2 Fox India 1122.
1122, Fox India 11.
Saskatchewan, sir. Saskatchewan.
Hey, copy that, copy that. I've got a lot of stations over on the West Coast over here hollering on top of you, but hey, I heard you out there in Ireland. This is the 2 Fox India 1122, the Wingnut Radio in Florida, Roger.
Sacramento. Roger, 1122. Thank you very much indeed, my friend. 090.
Yeah, I did
090 in Ireland. Woohoo! Hey, this is the 2 Fox India 1122, listening for any European stations out there across the pond. 1122 on the side.
Chip Jay down there tonight, and take care. You have 4 kids that were Washington listening.
940 Sacramento, California, standing by.
Hey, attention all you shoppers out there. The 1122 Wingnut on the side, listening for all that DX.
You sound really good out here. You're definitely making the great trip. There's a lot of it. 940.
San Francisco. I hear that 739.
221, we got you here in Sacramento, California.
How about that Buckeye State? We lived in North San Francisco. Hey,
Radio City, good. Let's see more stations. 424 Oregon Trader. Cleveland. It's pretty rough out there. Up at 1240. Golden Gate 44. Thanks for the comeback.
1, 2.
999 around British Columbia to Vancouver calling. 3 and 4 Louisiana. Good boy. I guess Oregon. 5 999. 6 7 8 Audio sounds super.
Yep. My phone went down. I had to put it on ice. Maybe that'll help. Sorry about that, y'all. Hey, Snooks.
A lot of people calling me, but I heard 137. Sounds like it's another state somewhere. I didn't get the location. 137. See if I can hear you. Good DX here. That's the goal. Evergreen 409.
Hopefully the audio is good on y'all's end. Hopefully.
Delta X-Ray 1370 coming in from the state of Alabama. Very good to hear you today. There's a whole mess of them out there, so I won't try and hold it with you, but thanks for saying a quick hello, and we'll wish you the very best for the Sunday. United Delta X-Ray 1370 999 British Columbia.
Templar.
About that 978. I believe I heard Ellensburg, Pennsylvania. I'm not too sure. 125, I think it was. CGDX 09.
Thank you, Snook.
All right, I think it was 125.
Yeah, the phone went kaput for a second, and I had to restart it and put some ice on it. I got a big ice pack on it to keep it cold.
Yeah, right. Good deal. Now we got carriers being thrown. I love it. 999 British Columbia back on the side.
Hey, attention all you shoppers out there. The Wingnut Radio out here in Florida listening. Any stations out there across the pond, any stations out there in Europe, this is the 1122 Wingnut on the side.
You're on the south coast of Ireland. Thank you very much.
All right, 140, you and enjoy that football game. That sounds pretty good. And we'll just say thanks for the quick piece. So you have a good one. 140 guy, 999, British Columbia, back on the side.
Hey, this is the 1122, second division, listening for any stations out there in Europe across the pond. 1122 on the side.
Question mark, and I didn't get the location either. I'll see if I can hear you. 999, we'll try again.
2407453, San Jose.
All right, 561 coming in from Pennsylvania. Good to hear you in there. Don't have a solid copy, but I do hear you. 561 Keystone 999, British Columbia. All right, 561 around Pennsylvania. I got a piece of you there for a moment, but man, the jungle is alive and well. 561, you have yourself a great Sunday if you're still copying me. Thanks for the try. 561 999, British Columbia. Not too far from Vancouver, back on the side.
1122, Wingnut Radio on the side, listening for any DX.
I'll try with the 31 out of Ontario, 999, British Columbia. Let that be a reference. All right, 431 coming in from Ontario. Good to hear you, man. I did hear you say Southwest Ontario, so right on. Good to hear you in there. You got 999 and Chilliwack, British Columbia on this end.
Alabama, you're talking about receive out here in Northern Cal.
All right, 431 is pretty rough on my end, but the WX over here.
1360, you know, the conditions are kind of strange out there, but you're definitely knocking my radio off the stand. 689, Northern Cal, back on the side.
What's up, Purple?
All right, 431, Southwest Ontario. I pretty much lost you now, so thanks for the quick hello. If you're still copying me, thank you very much for the quick chat. 431, Province of Ontario. This is 999, Province of British Columbia.
Now, George is knocking my radio off the stand. Southern Central Coast of California, the mobile. Oh, 762, 689.
All right, Needle Bender, 0737 out of South Carolina. I know.
Yeah, no, 672, I think you said. 689, Northern California, back on the side here. But you're kind of taking that pile right out of the picture, okay?
You're making it door. All right, Needle Bender, 0.
Go ahead, 384, Alabama.
Carolina. I understand the weather not quite so bad. You said rain and wind, but you seem to get through it okay, and I'm very happy to hear that.
Well, if you was listening to my receive right now, you wouldn't believe what you hear. It's almost impossible to find somebody out there unless they're on top of the pile. You're on top of the pile.
Man, that guy sounds like shit.
I was making too much noise on my radio. 614, Santa Clara, California.
We got a copy of 316 Haven.
That's pretty rough out here, 5 foot out here, but pretty rough out here, but you sounded pretty good.
Oh yeah, man, the skip's been pretty good there, Purple, for a couple of days. Like in the mornings here, you know, you got to realize you're about 6 hours ahead. But in the mornings here, when the sun comes up, I've been hearing European stations, and I've made a few contacts and all that stuff too. But just a minute ago, a little while before you came in, I guess, man, I was made a contact to Ireland. Right now, most of my skip is pretty much in the direction of like the left coast, you know, here and that side of Canada and stuff like that, the western side and all that. That's mostly where I'm getting most of my stuff. The strongest stations anyway. But eventually it's all going to drift toward the South Pacific and all that stuff. That's what we've been doing for the past couple of days anyway.
Whiskey Tango 621.
Yeah, UK Transparency. Yeah, it's I mean, it's hard to get out there. And I mean, honestly, like I said, depending on how much wattage you're pushing out, how good I'll be able to hear you.
Columbia 73.
It's rough and tough. It's rough and tough on the radio, gentlemen. Go back to these meetings. More radio 614.
Thank you very much. Yourself, 0737. It's been a few days since I've heard you. It sounds like, the little storm that kind of came, kind of breaking up as it went through your area, you survived it, which is great. Enjoy your Sunday. Always great hooking up there with you. Take care, 73, Evergreen 409. Audio.
Well, Ohio, we got you right in there. Yeah, we're trying to get through that with that cosmic crud there.
You're most certainly welcome. Thank you.
Well, that should be able to do it. I mean, you know, if the conditions are right, and I'm near the radio and all that stuff. But I monitor channel 38, frequency 27385, lower sideband. So that's the more likely you can catch me on that one. I do drift around, but majority of the time I'm on that one. So, but even then, it's like if the skip's running really thick, I mean, you know, you just have to find a quiet spot and try and get through all that stuff, Roger. And 100 watts should do the trick. When the skip's running, it should do you fine. I'm not even pushing that much out of the radio at the moment. I'm only doing like a little over 40 watts at the moment.
Barely pull you out there. It's kind of a mess, but Whiskey Tango 621.
Oh yeah, right on. I've done all the way to the Netherlands on 10 watts one time, and that was pretty cool. Me and the person in the Netherlands, we were actually doing it for an experiment to see how low wattage we can still talk to each other if the conditions are right.
I don't want to turn the mobile on, man.
South Wales in the United Kingdom, area call MCQ. 205 Cavantum, Swansea and Wales, call MCQ, break.
This is the 2 Fox India 1122, listening for all those stations out there in Europe. Any European stations out there? The 1122 Wingnut on the side.
205, Swansea, Wales, UK, come on, break.
Hey, 205, you got a copy the 1122 Wingnut down here in Florida?
1122, I got a copy on you, nice to hear you, my boy, thank you.
Hey, roger that there, 205. Good afternoon to you, sir. The 1122 Wingnut out here at my hat.
Bless you, man. The conditions are dying, but thanks very much for the call. We made the contact. I just hear New York and California. Thanks for the knowledge, but 424 Oregon, we're out.
One more try for 139.
Well, 205 was across the pond just right then, so. And like I said, I'm only doing like a little over 40 watts, but the conditions are pretty good at the moment. It's interesting at this time of the day that you know, European stations are still coming in. It's pretty interesting.
Over BC, Canada, standing by. The guy in Buffalo, New York is clear. San Diego, portable call and CQ.
Oh, conditions are changing over here in the Bay Area.
Board radio 614. South Georgia. 565 South Georgia, is that right? 207 North California. Southwest Florida. I was going to take you out through those angles. No doubt about it. Sounded good. 207 North California, Grass Valley Station. 21-5 San Diego. Make the call. Come on, big. 565 315 San Diego. That gets you with all 5 fingers. I've got a copy on you, my friend. 73 is my boy. 73 back to you. 565 Georgia. 315 San Diego in the Buffalo. We are way behind today.
Right on there, UK Transparency. Right on. I'm actually I'm just using a Mako 5/8 ground plane up on top of a tower, and it's probably about 45 foot to the bottom of the antenna. So I mean, and I'm actually at this moment in this location, it's a pretty good spot because I'm kind of high up elevation when it comes down to sea level, because majority of Florida is at sea level, so I'm kind of high up, you know. So it's actually kind of nice.
Still room for heaters. Yeah, 27 Southern Florida. That's a 10-4 on that one, my friend.
What's up, John?
Catch you again the next time when the conditions go Radio 2966, Romeo 2966, San Diego 211. Have a good day out there, man. Blessings around the household. Be safe.
Central Alabama, we got you in San Jose, California, 453.
So I got a picture.
UK Transparency, is that because like where you live, that's the reason why you can't get it up very high or something like that? Or, you know, because I know there's some people that live like in these duplexes and apartments and stuff like that. It's really hard to put an antenna up. I mean, you have to be real sneaky about it too. So, you know, you have to hide it really. I mean, I know one guy, he would take a long wire, put it along the outside of the roof line and hit it like that, or up in the attic, stretch a long wire, dipole up in the attic and hit it that way. The only thing is it's stationary. You can't spin it around or anything.
205 Swansea and Wales, go on. 754 in Canada, you got a copy on me. I'm going to Roger that, Central Alabama, 453. I made out
400. 73, see you guys as well. Wales is waving down. Take it easy, my friend. 205, Wales, UK.
275 out there in Wales. I mean, I got a contact with him, and that's pretty interesting at this time of the day. You know what I mean? That the conditions are still getting that direction. That's, to me, that's pretty cool. It doesn't happen all the time.
Roger that, Mississippi. We heard you that time. 453.
137, 205, color copy, Quam.
Georgia 762. We hear you as well. 453.
My window's out now. What's going on?
USL 73.
What's up, Cool Tools?
174. We got you as well. 73. Where's 174, I think, 453. How about it? The 032, the 032 calling from Kona, Hawaii. 032 calling out of Kona, Hawaii.
Hey, 023 out there in Hawaii, you got a copy of 1122 Wingnut?
CQDX, listening for Ontario, CQ Quebec. Tango Charlie,
1248, making this trip to San Jose, 453.
375. 375. 173, Central Alabama. Take it easy.
Roger that, Michigan 73, 453. 032, Kona, Hawaii. 032, Kona, Hawaii, standing by.
378 Portugal, 378 West Europe, Portugal, calling out, standing by.
This is True Fox India 1122 Wingnut Radio out here in Florida, listening for any DX out there. The 1122 on the side.
Triple zero.
Hawaii, copy. Audio.
That's another thing. I was sitting there thinking about UK transparency. What are you still running over there? Are you still running on FM? Because I'm doing lower sideband and all that stuff, but I don't know, man. I know a lot of guys still run sideband and all, but I wasn't sure. Like, I can't remember. They changed some of the damn rules over there when it comes down to like either using FM or AM and blah 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 or sideband or whatever. I wasn't sure. Like, I mean, they're really weird over there when it comes down to those rules. When it comes down to radio stuff, man, it's pretty crazy.
About 17, whatever it was, down in Alabama. You got a copy on 276.
Audio.
1370276. Roger, you're making a good trip.
Pure Blood, what's up?
7S unit. Good crystal clear signal, Roger.
Yeah, I was just listening to Skip kind of rolling in, and it's moving around. It was really busy a little bit ago. It's calmed down a little bit, but that's what's going on over here at Pureblood. I mean, you know.
565 South Georgia, you're sounding great up here. 666 standing by.
Let's get retarded in here.
305 Central California.
That's what I love about radio too, man. You never know what you're gonna hear.
You must have pointed this way. You're sounding great. 120 Northwest Washington State. Now we got 15 degrees C. It's sunny and it's dry. It's beautiful. The trees are changing and it's 21 on the air. That'll be fall now.
I think I heard, well, 513, boy, it's awful busy in here. I hope I got it right. 513120.
I'm sure everybody's okay.
Basically, you gotta, you know, pay for a privilege from the government. You know, like, that sucks, man. I know a lot of people. I've tried doing FM, you know, stuff. When I was younger, I used to do FM, but it was mostly for people closer, you know. But I've actually tried working skip using FM, and it's different. It's different. It works my finals really hard, but it's different.
501 Southern California, Orange County.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I kind of like, you know, some of the sound that you can get off of FM. It almost sounds like BBC quality almost. But I also like lower, you know, I like lower sideband versus upper sideband. But I like sideband because it doesn't really have a lot of noise. It's clear. I can use very little wattage and get out a little further than versus AM or FM. That's just my preference personally, but I've experimented with all modes really. Oh yeah, Sunfish, I have. There's some guys out there that's got some crazy raps, man. I might even have one of those raps recorded on video somewhere.
Hey, quad for you on this one here, Wayne. Number 146710. Hello, 1370 Central Alabama. This will be 378.
Yeah, Polar, and that's the reason why they call CB. It's because it's constantly buying. You know, yeah, you can always put all that stuff in there, man. It just costs money. That's the thing. It's like, you know, full-on radio station, Roger.
375 for the QSO. All right, Georgia 716, I got you, okay? Did you 378 407?
Just checking on the road. Working out the park.
Right on, right on.
All right, Georgia 760. I got you, my friend. And good contact with the extra friend 73 for Portugal. Check, audio.
You know, Polar, and I'm gonna tell you something, man. Seriously, if I get myself in a little bit better situation, you know, where I can set up a station, I'm setting up a analog television transceiver station. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm gonna try and get other people that have the same equipment so we can sit there and use old analog television frequencies to communicate. So it's an idea that I'm working on. I mean, I've got basic rudimentary stuff worked out, but I gotta improve it, and make it better. But that might be something even if I don't use it as a communications, I can just sit there and broadcast, a low wattage, television transmission on analog. Have my own television station. It's kind of how I see YouTube. Is almost it's kind of like my own television station, but I want to broadcast like out in the airwaves. I don't know. It's one of them things.
And we hear Ohio, 73453.
Hey, Sunfish, man, I'm gonna tell you something. Write this down. Look into it, man, because it's actually a pretty good quality radio, and it's not that expensive. It's a Uniden, kind of like that handheld. It's a Uniden, but it's called a Bearcat 980. Now, the only reason I'm saying that is because I've had experience with it. I know people that's got it. It's a good, quality when it comes down to the audio. It's got all the bells and whistles that you would need. It's not really that expensive. It's kind of user friendly and beginner type of a radio. I think that would be something to look into because quite honestly, man, even Cobra, some of them are good, but you're not going to get sideband on it. You'll only have AM. Some of them you might even get the option of FM. But anyway, that Bearcat 980, at all mode, you got AM, FM, sideband. You get a broad range of frequencies. You're not just held to the 40 channels on CB band. You can probably get into a lot of the free band, which is above 40 and below channel 1. These are the things that you should look into it. Look into it, man. I mean, for real. Before you buy. That's all I'm saying.
You hear us? I hear about you. Sometimes your signal does not move. Which way my antenna is pointing? If I point my antenna northeast, then I start to really pick you up. Hello, 350. Are you running
Yeah, I would suggest like the radio that I'm on, because it's a good radio. It's a Stryker 955, but they get kind of pricey. I mean, that's the only drawback. I mean, that's the only reason why I wasn't going to at least point you in that direction of getting this radio, for instance. But it's a good radio. If you're willing to pay the money, this is a radio. This is another good one that's on the market. Because I personally, man, I've been looking at these high-end 10-meter radios that I can either modify or they're able to get to 11 meters, which is a CB band. They have better they've got better circuits in it. Some of the circuitry in it is a little bit better when it comes down to holding on to frequency and doesn't drift around. It's got pushed out quite a bit of wattage right out of the radio. It's got clean, clear audio. That's what I look for. I mean, I'm not really looking for like the old-fashioned shit because, I mean, I've dealt with a lot of that stuff. There's some of the old radios and the old brands. But even then, like I said, that Uniden, man, I mean, Uniden, and it's been in almost all old radios. The board inside it is made by Uniden anyway. So they're basically all exactly the same, just different companies that put a name on it. But even then, like I said, the Stryker 955 is a good radio. The only thing is it just gets kind of pricey. But if you can afford it, it's a good one to get to.
Richard, waiting out there? Oh, I have not. I'm going to hear him over all of this. I don't know. I heard everybody calling your name, your number. No, I mean, I can't. I'm not going to hear whales rolling Coca-Cola.
Swung that beam around that way. You'll have the beam, right?
Yes, swing around what way?
That's all right. Never mind.
Wow, that got all quiet in the north. What do you mean?
Everybody must have went to lunch.
I will be what? North from us? Yeah, I guess you won't be able to hear them. All right, we'll be on the side.
Euro 66, New York out there, 424 Oregon.
Try it anyway. 568 Evergreen.
That beam works pretty good there. I heard there's not a station trying to get back to you there.
Yeah, it works fine. There it goes to Mexico, 599.
And I couple times, I thought you could even hear
It was 137 there. Yeah, have a fine day out there. Take care. 424 Oregon out here in the smoky Pacific Northwest. We'll be clear.
Yeah, that's kind of true. Like for instance, you know how the cell phone relays back and forth to the tower. The sound of that transmission sometimes can bleed through. I've noticed that, and I do have it. I probably still have a 2970. No, it's a 2510. But I've also owned 2970s and 2990s. But yeah, those are actually for the RCIs. Man, those are pretty decent radios too. That's the older ones. But it's just not that. I mean, you know, I don't know. I haven't looked lately, but they're not that easy to find. They're not easy to find. I mean, especially the old quality ones, the old good ones. Or either that or they've been through a lot of different hands. That's the only thing. It's like sometimes if you get something that's, you know, used, there's no telling how many hands and how many screwdrivers has been in that thing. That's another thing too. The only thing is, like for instance, this Striker that I got it basically brand new, but there was some modifications that had to do to it so I can open up and broaden the frequency range. All right. And that's another thing too about that Bearcat. You don't even need to do that. You don't have to do any of that stuff. It's already in it. But this one I had to actually open it up and take a resistor off the circuit board, and that did the trick to broaden my frequency range. But anyway, it's just knowing what what you're trying to do and who you want. That's another thing too. When you get on the radio, when you find out who you can talk to and all that stuff, and then you can start networking and talking to people like on a normal basis, regular basis, or whatever, depending on what's going on. Like, you never know. There's probably people right there in your local area that talk on the radio and you never met yet. You know what I mean? And it's like, holy shit, you live right down the road. I didn't even know that. That kind of thing.
Yeah, that's right. The B quad. So everything from the boom goes I got you there. That tree element there. You have to put it flat side will make it level, but if you make it vertical from the boom going down, what you got, 19 feet there?
No, I made a modification to my town. A real big modification. I just want to be...
Oh, right on, yeah. See, Dirty Diaper, man, I have yet to even talk to him on the radio. I mean, I haven't done it on Channel 21. I don't really do very good. I'm not pushing enough wattage on to cut through AM unless the skip is just right. But yeah, I know Dirty Diaper. I'm subscribed to him, and I've talked to him a few times. And, they're Popcorn. There's another one. There's a few others out there that actually, have YouTube channels and stuff like that and do kind of the same thing. But I try to keep up with everybody. That's another thing too. I'm trying to figure out how I can get a bunch of these guys that have YouTube channels that do the CB thing, kind of like me, and get everybody on a panel and just have a talk about CB stuff. and just sit here and just talk shit about CB stuff or whatever else comes in on mine. I just haven't been able to get it, kind of coordinated yet.
I checked on that there, yeah. Well, I got my dipole not even higher than that. My Instagram plane there. It's only like, I don't know, maybe about 2 feet above the rooftop there inside there under.
Yeah, I know. That's nothing too. Yeah, he's running a lot more. He's running different equipment than I am, and it's just like, and that's why I stick to sideband, because I don't really need all that to do all the talking I want to do versus AM. AM, a lot of the old timers around here, they still talk AM. They don't want to go anywhere else. They want to stay on AM. But but they're all, trying to, push a lot of wattage out and all that stuff. I got no interest in doing all that.
Enjoy the skip, man. Appreciate the contact as well. I'm back on the side of the chimney.
Oh, yeah, got that there, yeah. I don't know. You got room for that other one, that there, and then that big. What you gonna do?
Needle Bender 2909. This is 258 California.
Western Canada, Southern Alberta.
This is 258 California.
Metal.
CQDX 727, Central Alberta, Canada. Well, waving a hand to anyone on the air. Because the beam there, any metal,
Fuller. I'm like, we'll just call up coaxcutters.com.
This is Central Alberta.
Now, if I take that center tap off, which is a rod, coil to the ground plane, if I take that metal rod out and put in two jumper wires, the jumper wires seem to make it perform better than the direct short of the rod and the direct short of the cable. Have different over.
Listening for station from Eastern Canada. Tango Charlie Oscar 01. Where you at? I will QSY 365. 365. 629, okay. 453 and the white partner there was 721.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody out there on the frequency. The 1122 Wingnut out here on the side, listening for all that DX. I'll be stretching this modulation into your ear hole. Beware. Dude, Polarin, dude, there was this guy that would start crap on Channel 19 with all the truckers and stuff for like 40 years, man. Anyway, there was one time, man, some people got tired of his shit, went to his house with a big ass Ford truck and fucking backed the truck up to it, and I hooked a tow chain to it, and to his tower, and yanked that sucker down, boy. He didn't talk for a little while, but he didn't stop him, dude. He'd get in his damn car and still talk shit.
Yeah, you are terrible, homosexual.
your day job. Well, don't give up your day job, man. Just start it there. Yeah, like you said, your personal was wrong. Went in there. Oh. Well, what's that, Mr.
1981, Eastern Oregon.
Hey, Rob. Rob, yeah.
I don't think my beam's working like it should. I'm just a mud duck. All the big strappers out. 1981, Eastern Oregon.
Have a wonderful day, 424 Oregon.
Well, that sounded like the Russian woodpecker there for a second.
Hello, radio.
Oh, Pepsi Cola.
That's what I need to go do. I just need to get off my ass and go upgrade my LMR 400 to some LMR 600.
I really wish you would get some big radios out there.
LMR 600.
755, good. 755, are you still there or is it from Washington State?
Hello.
You know what I'm talking about, the Russian woodpecker, Poland. You know what I'm talking about? Or anybody, any of you guys know about or familiar with the Russian woodpecker out here on the radio? Well, quite honestly, UK Transparency, the only thing I talk on is 11 meters. I listen to quite a lot. I mean, I can get to 10 meters and 12 meters on this radio, but I also got an ICOM where I got full spectrum, full band, full mode, where I can go pretty much anywhere except for 2 meters and full 40. But I've got a little Bofang radio where I can get there, so I can pretty much get everywhere depending on what radio I've got hooked up. But when it comes down to talking, now on 2 meters, I just because unless I have a reason to, I normally, if I was going to transmit, I would transmit on the Mars frequencies on 2 meters, but because I don't need a license there. But all this crap when it comes down to ham stuff, unless I just have somebody I want to talk to and we're going over there, I don't really care if they don't care. It's just when you get around and a lot of these hams that want to sit here and police the frequencies and stuff like that. Oh, you can't be here because you're not a ham operator, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, whatever. You guys don't own the damn frequency. But anyway, it's another story. But I listen to a lot.
Yeah, that's why I run this one, is because I have some Rangers and stuff, but they all seem to drift. This one goes dead on and it stays right there. And it's got a lot of on there where you can make it just quick to play with you.
Well, I'll tell you this. All right, UK transparency, like I said, it's like um all right, here in America, the way I see it, I'm not going to register my guns with the government. All right, that's not the right thing to do. All right, so I'm not going to register my speech with the government either. And that's basically, in my mind, that's what you're doing when you actually get into this contract as a ham operator. You're getting a contract with the government to be regulated on how you speak on the airwaves. I'm not going to do all that. The government doesn't own the airwaves. They have no authority. They're just assuming some kind of authority. All right, and they want to use violence or some kind of whatever to bestow that authority that they believe they have, which they don't. And I'm just like, whatever. I'm a pirate radio guy at heart. Honestly, I really am. But that's the reason why I want to experiment and to do a little bit more with analog television, because I mean that's just, to me, it's like the next step, But sticking with analog, not going to digital, sticking with analog, you know.
Hello. Hello.
Hello, there's 629 316 Raven.
I mean, I'll give you an example. Like, there's a couple of guys I know that ham guys, and they don't care if I happen to talk on a ham frequency. And like, for instance, if me and this guy wants to go talk on a ham frequency and have a conversation, he doesn't care. He's not going to sit there and like be all like, "Oh, you can't be on here because you're not a ham operator." Blah 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 blah. He's not going to do that. He doesn't care. So, but it's just when you get some of these more, I guess you would call traditional ham operators, they're out there trying to police the frequencies and all this other shit and get the government involved and blah blah blah. It's stupid, really. Um, you know, but I know where I shouldn't transmit, for instance, because it can interfere with emergency services and all that stuff, and you know that's just me being polite. I can be an asshole and do all that kind of stuff and jam the frequency, but I'm not going to do that. You know what I mean? I know where I should and shouldn't be, and where I can and can't be, and whatever, And a lot of stuff also comes down to when it comes down to me transmitting. I only have antennas at the moment that can transmit on 11 meters, so I can't really transmit on any of those other frequencies anyway. I can listen all I want. I just can't transmit anyway, unless I hook up another antenna. Yeah, that's what I got, that little Bofang 2-meter 440 dual band radio, because there are still a lot of the the paramedics, the like the EMS, the fire department, police department. There's still some of their like dispatchers and stuff like that still use analog, but most of them turn to digital. So if I want to actually have a full coverage of what's going on, I need to get one of those, like there's like a handheld radio that's but it's got digital capability like DMR, but they get kind of expensive, so that's the only reason I haven't bought one. But I want to get one just so I can monitor what's going on also. I just like to monitor what's going on.
CQDX, Idaho 471 on the side and stand by. Everyone loves Too Dirty T-shirt 306. Idaho 471.
Oh yeah. I was actually I thought about that after before you just put that comment. UK Transparency. I realized that. I was sitting there talking to some other guys in the UK, and they were telling me about that when it comes into the cops. It's kind of like a cell phone. So yeah, I don't know how to intercept or at least monitor those frequencies. I don't know. See, that's another thing, Polar. When it comes down to DMR, I have to look more into it. I'm not sure, but I guess it depends on the type of radio it is. I guess also because I've been looking into it, kind of looking into because I think there's some companies, some Chinese companies, kind of like Bofang, that put out some radios that have DMR. And they're not that expensive. They're kind of like, cheap Chinese stuff, but I don't know. I mean, I know the cops got them and stuff like that. So, I mean, I was sitting there thinking, it's like I know Motorola, they do stuff like that, blah, blah, blah. But I think there's some cheap Chinese stuff out there that can have the same capabilities where I can at least monitor. You know what I'm saying?
Did the storm go by you yet? 01. Listening for radio. Did Ian go by you guys? CQ Ontario. The storm, Ian, did Ian go by? I guess it hit North Carolina, didn't it? This radio working. 365 for contact. Roger, Myrtle Beach, looking like a Bob. Bay number 835, World Radio 510. They Bill on the beach, waving a hand.
The 1122 Wingnut, listening to it all.
California. Hey, Roger there, Bob. Hey, take care and have a good weekend. World Radio 510. Like I said, Bill on the beach of Southern Cal. Put it on you later. Have a good one. California. Hey, Roger, down to 813, still making a good trip from Florida. And what do you call it, that tunnel? Where you at, California, mother? I don't know what you call it. That little coral beach out there in Florida. Anyway, 73 is World Radio 510. They're doing the beach of Southern Cal. Back quiet. Hey, are you watching the air show? Well, I'm actually close to Sunset Beach, actually. I'm over here by 3 water now. Oh, you are 1060 to 1060, Southern California. Yeah, CCH. Hey, Roger, you guys going down to the air show? I'm not seeing the air show right now. Oh, Roger, we got you there in Alabama for sure. 1060 to 1060, Southern California. In your car. We got right now, 18450 Delta. Oh, wow, you're running that rig in your mobile? Yeah. Okay, 189, take care, 73s, have a great day. The 1060 to 1060, Southern California. Yeah, this one is, I got off a buddy, it was my old base. I got another, I got a ACDX on the base now. So I just decided to go with this mobile and pull my... Hey, 1836, Dallas, Texas, you make a lot of noise around the Virgin Islands still. You better keep that thing secure. Are you running an app? And in the U.S. Virgin Islands, we stand by. So we look at the guys on the beach of Southern California. Have a good one. 44510 portable back quiet.
Well, I mean, I've been looking at some of these, these little handheld dual band that's got DMR on it. I'm gonna have to look more closely into it, you guys, because I mean, I'm curious myself. I'm gonna have to look more into it.
World Radio 510, Mud Duck 1009, back quiet, quack, quack. Oh, shut the hell up, stupid. Dang numbers out there, 334 out there in Alabama. He was in. I don't say it out there. You saw that language. 1 to be a private. 333 510 portable. Quack, quack. So we're going to get on the side and get out of here. You guys are doing that to you. Hey, no man sounds good to me. I'm a faggot. Sorry, a woman sounds good. You buy some spam. I bought some spam because it's good for like 10 years. I bought a can of spam and some Kraft macaroni and cheese. I put it on a boat for an emergency in case I get hungry. Oh, Hummingbird Bear out there, 785. We're way on to that Hummingbird Bear, 7375. Well, look at the time. That's a terrible quack, quack.
This is the 1122 Wingnut out here listening for all that DX. Come on down, as they say on The Price is Right.
We gotta get back and get some shit done. Only 73 from Radio 510. I'm Bill on the beach. I gotta go do some work on the boat. I'll see you. Quack, quack. That's right. That's when you suck ass. Busy, so I won't try to hold it, but yeah, we are holding for in the Bluetooth Mountains at about 8,500 feet, over. I can get long distance, man. I really want to talk to Ireland. I have not done that yet. I'm talking to Jamaica both bit. Put my hands on and this radio is just fine. And I want to improve that. I hear people talking to Ireland, and I want to do that. UK, Germany, I want to do that.
See, that's another thing too, that's the other thing too I like about having you guys in here at the moment, because this is some information I'm not aware of, and I'm not that familiar with the system. So I mean, I think it's good, because I mean, we got a lot of people that have different different information, different types of tricks to the trade in a sense. Because I'm all about communication. Like, for instance, I'm serious. If the cell phones go down, we're going to be an important part of that whole scenario, just in communications, just trying to communicate, just having that knowledge and skill set to communicate using radio waves and stuff like that. I mean, honestly, in war, the two main targets that actually are like the first two targets that people want to kill off is the leader and the guys that are holding the radios. So that'll tell you how important communications really are. Yeah. I'd hate to be that guy that's like second on the fucking list of the fucking sniper, but still.
You in Virgin Islands, St. Thomas, we're up there, 7 picking up a strong signal.
CQ, any World Radio or guest members would like to check in, please do so now.
World Radio, overrated.
World Radio 230, we're back on the key. Radio 267, this is World Radio 839, Central California.
It's been about 2 or 3 weeks ago. Would you try to get a hold of him and see if he's still on frequency and tell him hello from Evergreen 409, Jerry up here in southeastern Washington? $327. Yeah, 327 in Southern Cal. His name is Bud, and he's in Southern California. Over, over. Thank you very much, 728 for the try there. He might have changed frequencies there too. Yep. I've had great QSOs with him. Take care, my friend, 73, Evergreen 409. Thank you.
Hey, 409, you got a copy of the 1122 down here in Florida? Yeah, if you want it, that's all right. Man, feel free to come on up there. You take time.
Up here in Sacramento, over. Just got down at 151.
Hi, hiya.
Hey, what's up?
Yeah, let's Just how do I? That's it. The radio.
MP3, PCD, all that just fine. And also on being your head, doing a great job. It's I was brought up in the days when it was all more
See, I like that. I like how the monitors are set up like that. I like that.
It's the Radio Deluxe software.
Yeah.
So you can control your radio for the satellites and things like that as well on logging software.
See, I like that. How it looks like a command center. I like that.
Then that's the hotspot, but does the Yaesu fusion.
So what were your conditions for earlier today? Were they getting mostly across the pond this morning, over on 11 meters, like on 38?
I was hearing from the states and that. I didn't. I was a bit busy rerouting some wires, and that's how I didn't really get to do a call out.
Yeah, no worries. No, I was just like, because I mean, for the past couple of days, it's been pretty good. Like, so it'd be like, let's see, it'd be around, I don't know, around sun up, around 7, 8 o'clock in the morning, something like that here. So, was that well, about 1 o'clock in the afternoon or something like that, I guess, over there. When the conditions were starting to get pretty decent for that. And it's odd because even in the late afternoon, which is probably around 7, 8 o'clock in the evening over there, I was actually here in Ireland, and I was like, man, that's unusual for this time of the day, So conditions are doing some weird stuff out there right now.
Yeah, it is on the way up now, and it's how it should improve year on year, really now.
Well, we're getting into that peak of that cycle, so I mean, I'm hoping it'll be like last cycle or better. I'm not sure, but I'm like, if last cycle, because I'm gonna tell you, there's a lot of guys out there in Ireland, Scotland, UK, Finland, Germany, all these guys I haven't talked to in like 10 or 11 years. You know what I mean? I can't wait for conditions to get back. And then there's a few guys down there in Australia. It was so nice, man. We were able to have a conversation for an hour straight, like we were next door neighbors.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I wasn't on last cycle. I took a break from the radio from 2000 to 2020.
Right.
So I wasn't about for the last cycle, but on our cycle before, like people from like yourself from across the pond was on stronger signals than somebody like 3-4 streets away. It was crazy.
Well, I'll tell you, like last cycle, because I spent a lot of time not on 38, but I ended up being on on the 555, 27555 upper sideband, and I spent a lot of time on that last cycle, and I still use the call sign too, because I'm actually a part of a radio group over there in the UK called the Fox India Radio Group for the 11 meters. And I still use that call sign too. Now I think about it, but I mean, I haven't even talked to a lot of them guys in years, man. So I'm kind of excited for the conditions to get back. And
to be honest, that's the one. Well, that's a good thing with using the digital modes like DMR and Yaesu fusion and that, because it basically it goes over the internet, so it ain't.
Well, see, that's another thing I want to experiment eventually, but I mean, I'm trying to. I don't want to do anything with the license thing, but I want to experiment because I know you can go from like point to point type of like computer to computer, you know, where I can sit here and actually use the airwaves to actually connect my computer to like somebody else's computer across the pond. And I
Yeah,
want to be,
that's what I do. Quite a lot of
I want to,
FT8 digital modes and things like that.
when I get myself set up in a different situation, I want to be able to try to experiment with that because I mean, it's just another way of communications that I want to be able to actually have some knowledge about. I haven't done it yet. I know about it, but I haven't done it yet.
That's it. I mean, like with the digital modes such as FT8 and that. It still goes out. It still goes out of the air. It's just it's just a digital signal what's being sent. So
Yeah.
like when you listen to it on the radio, it sounds like an old modem kind of thing.
Right. Yeah. I don't know, man. I just I always want to. I mean, because I'm always thinking about different ways. Like, for instance, if all the cell phones go out, I mean, seriously, us guys right now, us radio guys, are going to be important. You know, just be able to get
Yeah.
communications out. You know what I mean? So, and that's the thing. It's like that's the reason why I try and showcase also all this stuff on when it comes out on the internet on YouTube, because it
No,
actually it exposes it. You know,
this is
exposes.
digital.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the sound that you get from digital.
But I was sitting there thinking, I was like, you know, just showcasing and exposing people to it on the internet. You know, otherwise, a lot of people wouldn't even know anything about radio or CB or anything like that. You know what I mean? Because everything was turned to cell phones now. And
It's turned to cell phones and the internet and that. And like you say, as always, that possibility that is going to come to some point where that ain't going to be there for people to use, isn't it?
well, okay,
And,
that's another thing I was going to ask you too. How do you got your antenna set up? I mean, are you restricted in any way on actually having?
I live in a two-story apartment buildings, so it makes it a bit awkward. I have been lucky that they've I've put a vertical 11 meter up there, a vertical 270 centimeter up there, and then I've got a long wire running from there. I thought they may have come and told me to take the 11 meter down with a long wire. To be honest, it just looks like a telephone wire.
Right.
So I think, but that's the reason why I went for one of them for the HF side of things. Oh well, at least if they leave me alone with the long wire, then at least I can use something.
That
left me alone.
I mean, didn't they just recently change some rules over there where they expanded it where you can do more than just FM? Wasn't there something like that recently?
Not as
or in the past few years, anyway. Not as
an outer. On how they gave look they gave us the European frequencies to use as well. That was quite a few years ago.
Right.
Which is like the European frequency is basically the same as yours. It's just on FM.
Yep. Yeah, it's pretty much. It's just offset just a little bit. I think they're like straight up like on the fives. You know what I mean? Yours is offset just a little bit, but yeah. And but that's the thing, dude. I when I was younger, I tried using some, doing working people with with FM and stuff, but skip is difficult because I mean honestly, FM doesn't really have the range that I like, but it also works my finals really hard because it's like that constant carrier wave, basically.
Constant signaling.
Yeah. I don't know. It's just weird. I mean, because I grew up mostly when I first started, it's all AM because that's what basic CB is. And then I kind of evolved into like the sideband, and I like I said, I listen to a lot of ham frequencies. I just do most of my transmitting right here on 11, because I can talk to everybody I want to talk to all around the world right here. You know what I mean? Um, but
Well, my dad started off on the AM back in the 70s. Believe it or
yeah,
not, he was, to be honest, one of the first lot over here to get go on to radio, and then they obviously made the 11 meters legal in 81.
yeah. Well, okay. Like if you were to go mobile, how would you do that? You got like just a mobile radio that you can stick there in the car and
Is that one?
go out.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. You just take that out there. Okay, cool. Yeah, because I wasn't sure how you would set up. I was just like, okay,
And,
what would you use for the antenna though? What would you use for the antenna?
I've got a 9 meter long fiberglass pole
Oh, okay.
where I put up with a flower pot antenna on, and obviously another long wire for the HF side.
Right on. Yeah, I knew a guy who he used to park up on this hill that was right looking over the water. All right, and what he had, it was like a regular fiberglass antenna, but he had it up on a little pole, and at the bottom of the pole it had this flat piece of metal, and he'd roll and his front tire on top of that flat piece of metal, and that held the damn pole right there in place. You know, put a couple of guy wires on it, and he was good to go. You know.
Yeah, that's what I use, a roll on look pole man kind of thing.
Yeah, yeah. It worked good, man. I mean, I've known guys, man, that use a dipole type wire antenna, but they used it like a upside down V, like an inverted V form, and it works real well, even with skip. And then on top of that, almost becomes directional. You know.
They call them G5 RVs or something like that, is it?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's interesting, man, because I mean, that's the reason why I was asking you about like where your house is, because I know people that live in like apartments and stuff, so they gotta hide it. I know one guy, he had a dipole and he just stretched it along the edge of the roof line, you know what I mean, or in the attic, and I mean it's stationary, you can't like move it, but it was hidden, you know what I mean. The people of the apartment didn't even know it was there,
Yeah, my long wire's similar to that. It basically goes from the roof
right
to a tree.
Right.
It's the long wire is 20 meters long, and look, to be honest, you don't even notice it, does it? Just looks like a telephone wire.
Well, I mean, let me ask you, what band or what frequencies are you normally working or normally monitoring anyway?
Right across, to be honest. I generally follow the conditions. Sometimes 7 meters.
Really, then that gets hopping. 7 meters really gets hopping.
It can do it the right conditions.
Really?
Right up basically to 260 meters.
Huh. Because I mean, it's interesting. I mean, I don't really. I've got an ICOM where I can actually get to those frequencies and stuff and those bandwidths, but I don't have it in line at the moment. But when I did have it in line, it's like there was only certain bandwidths that really. I guess I don't know, man. I didn't really pay attention all that often. I mean, I'm more on 11 more than anything else, but there was like some bands that I knew that always had something on it, but 7 meters is just, to me, is an odd one. I didn't really know there was a lot of people talking on 7 meters. I mean, it's like 6 meters, 2 meters and stuff like that, and I don't know. Anyway.
Obviously, like the I have a frequency, you go the more difficult it becomes, because like when you get up to sort of 2 meters and kind of thing, it is line of sight in it.
Yeah.
Line of sight transmission from your antenna, unless obviously you use a repeater.
Did you hang out over on 40 meters at all?
Yeah. Sometimes, yes, 7 megs, yeah.
Yeah. Right on. Yeah, I when I had the other radio, I would wander around on 40 meters because there seemed to be a lot more action on 40 meters when I was listening to it. And
I use the tuner, so the long wire tunes into you're just tuning pretty much 160 to 6 meters for a long wire.
Right. Yeah. And all that's coming in, like you got all that off of working off power supply and all that other stuff, right?
Yeah. I mean, the tuner only uses maybe 1 amp, to be honest, and it's a 52 amp power supply anyway.
Okay, what kind of power supply is that though? What brand is that? Let me ask you, if you don't mind.
It's a Midas.
Okay, I'm not familiar with that right offhand. I have to look into it because I was looking into different power supplies, man. I'm looking in for those switching power supplies because they're so much smaller, and I want something with a constant voltage and all that stuff. So, because the thing is, like even that one looks like that's got a transformer in it, right?
It's switching power supply.
Oh, it's switchable as well. Or a switching power supply?
Just, I mean, I went for the overkill on the power supply. So, like on the odd occasion, I do whack the power up full on the radio.
Yeah. Because I mean,
going to be struggling.
Well, that's the thing too. I was sitting there. I was like, I don't know. I was looking into those switching ones because I mean, the ones with the big transformers in it, they tend to be so dang big and heavy and stuff like that. And that's another thing I was trying to avoid if I can get away from that. But I don't know. I'm looking into them. I'm looking into different ones because there's some stuff that's marketed for the European countries that we just don't see here in America. So I tend to like wander around and see what's marketed for European countries because there's some stuff out there that's pretty good, you know.
I'll tell you what works well. Works really well, and not a lot of people actually look into them. If the power supplies, what they use for CCTV systems, them are like literally that kind of thickness, to be honest.
Right.
And them like I mean, you can get them up to like 20-30 amps.
Okay. Yeah, because I mean, I think that's pretty. What was it? There's an RM Italy or something like that. They make some pretty decent ones out there that get really small, like the small switching power supplies, and they hold a constant voltage, which I need like about 13-14 volts coming out of that damn power supply all the time. And even when I key up, so and they actually held up. A friend of mine has bought a couple of them before, and you know they did pretty well. I was impressed. So I was like, I keep my eyes open for stuff like that. RM Italy is not really marketed for America, you know what I mean? So it's mostly marketed for European countries. So you have to actually kind of.
I've only had a couple of things, to be honest, from RM Italy. I had an amplifier and a power supply, I think it was.
Yeah.
I didn't write them at all, to be honest. I think they just about lasted the guarantee.
Oh yeah, was it okay? Well, that's good to know. You know what I mean? I know one guy that he had like I said, the power supplies that he had seemed to do him good. So I was like, I'm always keeping my eyes up because eventually, when I have the money, I want to get me a decent power supply instead of just for an option to run between batteries. Because right now, all my radio stuff's working off of batteries and keeping the batteries charged up, and that's how everything's working right now. Because I'm totally off grid for when it comes down to the radio stuff. But I want to have that option of a good power supply that keeps everything up the right amperage and voltage and all that stuff.
To be honest, that's one of the problems I have when I go mobile. When I do go mobile, to be honest, is because my car is only a little Suzuki car. To be honest, the Suzuki Swift. Not sure if you have them out in the States. About the same size as a Ford Fiesta, and the battery is obviously is only like enough to run the car. So you get up somewhere and key up three or four times, like, and the battery's going low.
You know what I've experimented with, and it's worked for me. But I put a couple of capacitors in line. I put these big ass capacitors about the size of a thermos. They were really for like high end audio equipment, that you put in line between the amplifier and the battery. It's the same thing. I put a couple of those in line so the radio would hit the capacitors first before it hit the battery. You see what I'm saying? That's how I had at my stuff, and it worked. You know what I mean? It would draw more out of the capacitors first before you hit the battery. That's what I'm trying to say when I keyed up. And sometimes I was
going to get a leisure battery for like the odd occasion I do go out recording.
Well, like a second battery or something.
Yeah, a big leisure battery. What they usually use in such as caravans and RVs. And
yeah. Okay, I know what you're talking about. Yeah. Yep. Well, that'll work also. If you got the room for it. You know what I mean? Because I know some people that do like little QRP type transmitting and stuff. They just get out there and set up a tent out there on the hill, and an antenna, and sit in their tent and make contacts. Like 4 or 5 watts out of their, radio, whatever. That's fun. If you get, if you got the right conditions and stuff like that, because I think it's. Like I said, I have made a contact with 10 watts over there in Europe, and I was like, man, I think it was in Finland. Now I think about it, and dude, I was impressed. I totally took full advantage of Mother Nature, though, full advantage, and but it's I love it when conditions are like that, too. I wish it was like that all the time, actually, because
I think it's get boring now, wouldn't it? If you knew every day, like you could switch it on and like.
I guess you have a good point. You have a good point because honestly, there are times where all I can hear is just my locals within 100 miles, and sometimes even not even that. There's times where the damn conditions get so bad where I can't even hear my neighbor, which I normally hear like about 20 pounds of signal coming out of him, and then there's sometimes the conditions just cut him right off where I can't hear him at all. I'm like, what? It's like a wall just erected right there in between us. And I was like, I don't know what the hell happened, but yeah, you get that feeling of it's like, oh, I can't wait until the next time, and I get to talk to my buddies and blah blah blah.
And that's my little portable radio.
Yeah. Well, we are definitely patient if we're going to sit around for every 11 years to be able to talk to each other.
Same again, to be honest. When the conditions ain't there, I just jump across to the spot. Like at the moment, through the radio and getting now conditions at all, but through the hotspots, I'm getting like the States in and that.
Yeah, eventually, man. I was thinking about it. Even experiment with shortwave and all that stuff. But I don't know. It's just one of them things, man. Somewhere down the line, when I get more set up with what I want to, because I like the idea of like how all the monitors and stuff like that. It kind of looks like a little command center. And I used to have something similar to that kind of a setup, but with just one laptop. You know what I mean? And I
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
have all that. I don't have any of that set up right now. So eventually, I want to have everything kind of hooked up like I want it. But
Yeah, I mean, I've got my laptop as well for when I go out, so like I can still work the digital modes from on top of peaks and stuff like that.
so yeah, that's I didn't really realize it was like a when it comes down to the cops, it's more like a trunking radio. I didn't realize that. I mean, I thought it was kind of like a cell phone almost, but
It is they do work very similar to a cell phone. So like even if even if you've seen an officer drop one of the radios and you went and picked it up, firstly
GPS.
they've got GPS for
Yeah.
if an officer gets in trouble, so they can track where the officer is. And secondly, they just kick it off the network, so it wouldn't last for very long anyway.
Hmm. Yeah. That's unfortunate. It's getting worse and worse up there, you guys. What are you guys
Well,
gonna do?
I thought the change is how about you? Does the I know that a lot of police had started going across to digital systems,
Yeah.
but I heard that the High Court, Supreme Court ruled it illegal because it's denying you access to early warning systems.
Right. Well, see, actually, they were trying to at one time over in California, when all this first started a couple years ago. They were having all these like major fires over in California and stuff like that. All right, and some of the government officials out there were actually trying to say, "Hey, well, ham operators are not really necessary anymore, so stop what you're doing or just quit doing it, that kind of thing." Anyway, and man, people got up and like, "What are you talking about?" It's like, this is like an emergency services. I mean, seriously, I'll give you an example. Here in Panama City, 4 years ago, when Hurricane Michael came through, there was a lack of either CB or ham operators out there that could actually relay information.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, seriously, there was like, for instance, shelters and stuff that were set up for people to evacuate to. They were running on generators. They would run out of gas. They had no cell phone. They had no way of talking to anybody or get a refill and blah, blah, blah. So there was actually a need for more people on the radio to relay information during a disaster and stuff like that. So this is crap. They want to control our ability to communicate with each other, even in an emergency, and that's bullshit. Bullshit. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, personally, man, they can't. They have no authority. They're just trying to claim they have some kind of authority, and then everybody's just like, well, I guess they claim it, so they do. Blah blah blah. No, that's the same thing with like over there. I mean, I was hearing stuff about like just regular broadcast television stuff that you guys got to pay something for that.
As a TV license, which like they try and force you to buy, even if you're not watching the channels what the TV license is for.
That's
I haven't had
crazy.
one. I haven't had
Crazy.
one for years and years, to be honest. They've started about possibly about 10 investigations into me, but when they say they're starting an investigation, what that actually means is they'll come and ask you if you've got a television.
Right. Yeah, but
That's
still,
just-
you have them knocking on your door. That's the problem, in my opinion. And you still have them knocking at your door, asking questions and this and that, and looking for something. I don't like that idea.
I'll just pull my camera out straight away for some reason, and they no longer want to talk. Then and they just
Right. So how is the auditing going on out there? I mean, can you get when it comes down to just keeping them accountable? How's that going on? How's that working?
And look, a lot of people saying it's dying in the UK. I mean, I believe it's far from far from that. And compared to you guys out there, we're barely at the
Right.
walking stage. You know what I mean?
Right.
So I think there's many years left of it yet.
Yeah. Well, I kind of hope it rubs off. You know what I mean? Hope it rubs off on you guys. I mean, honestly, because I mean, you know, I hope that the in my mind, you know, when it comes down to it, that whole idea of freedom, that brush fire of freedom in people's minds, just kind of spread all over the world. And you know, and I don't want it to go away here in America. So that's why I'm so diligent, you know, to against this socialist communist crap that's going on. You know, this international communist crap or international socialist crap that's going on, and I don't like it. So I kind of want to spread that vibe, that that whole brush fire of freedom in people's minds, and make it spread, and where you can't put it out, and worldwide. You know what I mean? Because literally we here, like I've said this before, but literally here in America, or here in this land right here, we've had about 300 years of indoctrination. You guys over there have had it for about 1,000. So it's crazy. It's like generation after generation, being told this is the way you guys need to think, and this da 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 da. And I'm like, oh, come on. It's like
It's I mean, we've lost, and like I am blaming the government for it, but we've lost a lot of our rights due to us having our head in the fucking sand, to be quite honest.
Yeah. No, I get it. I get it. And don't get me wrong. I get it. Because I mean, I see here in this country, I see it. You know what I mean? I don't understand it. Why people are just willing to give up to tyranny, and it's like, this is better. I'm like, what? Are you kidding me? Hell, history has shown us is what happens to people when this type of system comes into play. You know what I mean? And what, you can't learn from that? You know what I mean?
And you hear too often. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's the same over your way. People saying, "Oh, well, it's a government. There's nothing we can do." Well,
Right.
why bother fucking voting? And if you don't think you have any say
That's
in
a good point.
that's
a good point.
Why do you fucking vote?
That's a good point. That's a very good point. It's a very good point. Because I mean, actually, I was sitting there. I was talking to somebody about it. I was like, I think the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. Well, isn't that what voting is? You do the same thing over and over again, and you're expecting different results, but you're getting the same shit every time.
Yeah, I don't believe in the whole political party and voting system thing. Anyway.
Oh, let me ask you this. So, what do you think about this? Since the old grandmother just passed on, about this new dude that hasn't had a job for 50 years is all of a sudden like the Almighty. What do you think about this? You get what I'm saying?
Let's be frank. It's been a quite a long while since the royal family had any power anyway. It is pretty much all what they do is pretty much show, and if they haven't actually got the power what they used to hold anyway, have they?
Well, let me say this. Let me ask you this, just to clarify. Everything that goes through Parliament has to go through them to make an okay. So everything that comes out of Parliament has to go through them to make an okay. So they do have a some kind of a pull and power on what goes through. Yes? Am I wrong or am I right?
Well, it goes through the House of Lords, doesn't it?
Wait a minute. Say it again.
It goes through the House of Lords.
Well, yeah, I know, but doesn't it also pass through, like, for instance, when the Queen was alive, doesn't it go pass through her, and she okays or not okay everything that comes through Parliament first before it gets passed?
No, doesn't have to. They gave that power up, I think it was 50s, 60s.
Okay, so see, I gotta learn a little bit more about the system over there. I know a little bit. I know that much. I just, our system that we've got in place over here at this moment is based on a lot of stuff from over there, and also Roman law. Unfortunately, a lot of that stuff is moved into America, but all that stuff's crazy. But still, natural common law really is kind of like a missing thing here in America now, because that was what it was based on, but it's kind of missing. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's like,
it's same here. It's pretty much extinct, to be honest. The common law side of things.
yeah. Well, that's where I want to get back to, because that's more honest. You know what I mean? This stuff that we got in place now is not.
I do think, like uh, as people evolve, kind of thing, things need to evolve with them, but not evolve against them, if you know what I mean.
Right. It's not supposed to. Yeah, it's not supposed to evolve against it. Yeah. Well, that's not evolving. That's devolving or revolving. You know what I mean? That's not evolving. You get what I'm saying? I'd
Well,
rather evolve instead of revolve.
This is what we're seeing quite a bit on the auditing scene now. To be honest, it's with on the police side of it, it did get quiet for quite a while.
Yeah.
Where they just weren't engaging at all with us, and now we seem to be de-evolving back to how we used to be, which
Well,
seems to
this is another thing too. I have a thing when it comes down, because I've been watching since late '80s when it comes down to this kind of movement here in America. I mean, because I actually did cop watching back before the internet and cell phones came into play. I was doing it with a VHS camcorder on my shoulder. All right, you know what I mean? But that was a long time ago, and I don't really do it anymore. But I watch how this kind of, in my opinion, kind of like a movement, kind of being evolving. And one of the things that I'm not crazy about is the lack of understanding of, like, the law, for instance, going in on this and not really knowing the law that you're supposedly talking about, or you may or may not be breaking, or whatever. You got to know where you are, where you stand, and know that you're in the right, other than just making guesses. And some of these guys, they just go out there just like, off the cuff, not doing shit, just like, trying to make a video and get some views and stuff like that. And it actually puts a bad light on people that are actually trying to, along with, exercising for their own freedoms and rights, they're actually doing that for everybody at the same time, because everybody will understand when they see these things. It's almost like education, you know what I mean? You know, but it also you know
and like I says for a long time, it doesn't matter whether you're past that line, on the line, or 20 foot back from that line. If you've got a tyrant there, you've got a tyrant there, and he's going to come to you. He's going to come to you and try and get you to stop now, no matter where you are.
Right. Yeah. Well, that's the whole mentality we got to eradicate from people's minds, and having this like as accepted as normal. See, that's the thing, is we can't have this as accepted as normal in society, because if it continues, it just gets worse and worse and worse. That's the thing. I think it's a blessing that even you guys over in the UK are actually doing it, because it actually highlights, what really happens between people and cops. I personally think it would be even more informational and telling if there was more hidden cameras and stuff like that, where these cops didn't even know they were on camera. They tend to be a little different.
But the problem we've got there is, as you know, over here, the enjoy Section 43, the terrorism thing. And look, I don't know if you know, but they've had memos sent out from their superiors on a few occasions now, saying, like, people just recording in plain view,
Right.
not to take them as a terrorist, because hostile reconnaissance would be done covertly rather than overtly.
Okay.
And the problem we've got, if we was to use hidden cameras, is it is giving them that covert recording to then use terrorism on us.
Well, I mean, would that still follow under like dash cams and stuff like that? I mean, well, that's not necessarily hidden, but I don't know. Would that still classify like dash cams and things like that? I mean, you know, for your own security cams. I don't know. It's really weird. It's another way of them protecting their own ass, I think.
And like I always say, when like if I bring up security issues and things like that, I think we in the UK we're one of the most watched countries in the world with CCTV cameras. I think it's expected that it's something like 33 million cameras watching us at all times in the UK. When you consider like the size of the UK, that's quite a lot, and that's for security. So how the hell can my one camera take away security from them 33 million? It's an impossibility.
Yeah, you know, I that's another thing I don't understand. It's like, yeah, they got all these cameras. Like, you go into this town, it's right above Panama City out here, and every single stoplight, every intersection has got 4 or 5 cameras on it. You're on camera every 15 feet, it seems like, in town. So, I mean, you know, and then they get all upset when you point those cameras back at them. You know, it makes me, you know, that's very suspicious, don't you think? It's like, makes me think you're doing something wrong. I mean, under that same logic of some cops, it's like, whoa, what are you afraid of? You know, are you doing something wrong? Well, I can say that same thing if you guys end up, you know, these cops end up getting an attitude because they're on camera. I'm like, well, what are you doing wrong? You know what I mean? You should be fine, you know, if you're not doing anything wrong. I could use that same mentality.
This is why I'll support anybody that starts picking up a camera and going out there. For a simple reason is, I do honestly believe if there's enough people out there recording as soon as I see an interaction with a police officer, if there's enough people out there recording it, eventually, I do believe it will change the mindset of these officers, what use violence as their first port of call, and get them thinking, well, I can't do that because somebody may be recording me.
Yeah, I mean, that is something. Or, I mean, well, I'll say this. Here in America, I've noticed this too, because you know, before there was cameras everywhere, cops got away with a lot more stuff because there was no evidence to show the contrary. It was your word against theirs. All right. Now there's a lot of cameras around. It's still, you know, you got a little bit more of an advantage. The only problem is I've also seen the attitudes of a lot of these cops out here. They don't even give a crap if they're on camera. They're going to get away with it anyway because they got the Fraternal Order of Police Unions with a bunch of lawyers that will protect them. And they got qualified immunity and blah, blah, blah. So they don't care. I mean, that's what bothers me. Yeah, it bothers me, you know, because they just, you know, they have this attitude now.
The qualified immunity is going in a lot of states now, though, isn't it, apparently?
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, honestly, man, qualified immunity, in my opinion, needs to be abolished from all government employees. All government employees. All the way up to the tippy top.
Responsible for their own actions, full stop.
Well, see, the thing is like the way this thing was started is in America, and what our ancestors fought for, shedded a lot, sacrificed a lot of blood, is because we, the people, are the royals. The government is our servants. and they continue over generations trying to flip that script and making it the government is the sovereign and we're just the servants. That's bullshit. You know what I mean? And we need to flip that right back to where it was supposed to be and what's right. And these people are not our masters, but they're acting like it. They're acting like they are masters, and that's not true. And
I'm hoping next year to do a little bit of recording over in California and that way.
Oh yeah. Oh, you hear it?
Yeah, hopefully. Nothing's booked up yet, but we're hoping to go California next year.
Right on.
Primarily be a holiday, of course, but I'm hoping to do a couple of days recording.
Oh, right on. Yeah. I've been out that direction, but I have not stepped over the state line of California. I can tell you that.
It should be interesting seeing if now the laws regarding a visitor.
Oh, well, see, that's another thing too. I don't know when it comes down to customs and all that stuff. Like if you were bringing a radio across with you, I'm not sure how that all works.
For receiving, it's perfectly fine. Maybe just a foundation license. I can't transmit. You have to be a full license holder to transmit abroad. But
well, yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, on the CB and stuff. I mean, who cares? You know what I mean? On this 11 meters, it's not going to matter. I don't think if you wanted to transmit and all that stuff, it wouldn't matter. I mean, it's hardly monitored all. I mean, it is monitored. Don't get me wrong, but it's not really monitored as much as ham frequencies are. Simply because, and even the FCC don't really even have to monitor it as much. They rely on other ham operators telling on other people, acting like little snitches.
I think it's pretty much the same over here. To be honest, they don't really do anything unless they're getting any reports of interference or things like that.
Yeah, I mean, seriously, because they're more concerned. Like the FCC, for instance, I think even then, I don't really even think they got the budget to really do a lot. But they're more concerned about like television and and radio broadcast radio stuff. That's what they're more concerned about that, because they kick out a lot of wattage out of their stations and stuff like that. Broadcast television and radio. But they really pay attention to that kind of stuff more than anything, because that's got more range.
A lot of the pirates are using the communication satellites now to transmit.
Well, I think that's actually pretty good. I'm all for pirate radio, dude. I used to actually have a pirate radio station back in the day. Now I'm more just a CB operator. I kind of do that. And I do go to other places. Technically, I would be a pirate. I'm technically not licensed to be there. Whatever. But whatever. I'm all for pirate radio because I mean, honestly, that's some of the really raw and more real, in my opinion.
For like satellite use, you just need line of sight with a satellite, and like you can do that. You can do satellite work with your Baofeng radio.
Oh yeah. Well, okay. Was kind of like acting like a repeater in a sense? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
They have repeaters on the satellites.
Okay.
That you can access. You just have obviously a TX frequency and an RX frequency.
Right. Yeah, and knowing when that sucker's right overhead, you know what I mean? You got to know when that path is coming across your area.
Yeah, as apps what track the satellites and tell you what frequencies and that's enter into a radio.
Yeah. Well, see, I like the idea of fooling around with like different making and trying to make antennas and stuff like that. So I'm actually experimenting. I've done a lot of things in my mind and did some drawings and stuff and calculations on a couple things, but I want to experiment with different, like long wire type antennas. But instead of having like that long wire stretched out, I want to try and make shapes out of it and see if that affects, um, you know,
A
uh,
while ago, I was looking at, but I couldn't find any for sale over here. Now, slinkies. I think they're called
right,
slinkies.
right.
Them like a big long metal spring kind of thing, basically. In that,
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
if you go onto YouTube, there's an American guy what makes antennas out of ours, just like put some on a fiberglass pole.
Right. Right. Well, I mean, it works. I mean, I've seen some guys make it out of regular, like tape measures. The regular tape measures you use, like
Yeah,
cut. They did just cut out a length of that, make the antenna out of that, and it was flexible and very, robust in a sense. That was pretty neat. But I was sitting there thinking about it. All right, I don't know. I haven't looked at a modern cell phone, but like when the cell phones first came out, and they had the antenna on the outside. When they first started putting the antenna on the inside of the phone, the antenna was like basically a wire, but it was all kind of like looked like this fractal type shape. All right,
yeah,
but it was just a long wire, and it was very small, very compact, and it was a broad banded. I thought that was very interesting. I was like, well, wait a minute, maybe I can do the same kind of thing. I wonder, depending on the shape of the wire that I'm making it would, I was wanting to experiment with that too, because I was actually trying to think about if I can make 11 meter full wavelength antenna really small. You know what I mean? So it's not this large freaking, antenna sticking straight up or whatever. If I can change the shape of it, of that wire, and make it smaller.
it can go loud in coils, couldn't you?
I don't know. I'm not sure if I want to do it in a circle. I was thinking maybe in a star shape, or I don't know, like a triangle shape. I don't know. I was sitting there. I was going to experiment. I was going to see, because maybe just the shape of it in a different form like that would create, make it broad banded, where I wouldn't have to tune it to every bandwidth. You know what I mean? It would be basically all bandwidth type of antenna without even needing a tuner for it. I don't know. I want to experiment with it. It's the idea I was sitting there thinking about.
Because when you break majority of antenna systems down anyway, when you look at them, that's what they are. They're either a long wire system or over a dipole system.
Right.
I mean, if you look at the Starduster, I mean, over years ago, it used to be called the Thunderpole, if I remember right. It is pretty much it's just a dipole with 2 extra legs on it.
Right. Yeah, I think it's and see that type of stuff, man. I'm interested in that kind of thing, man, because I mean, just on the antenna part of it, that's like where the rubber meets the road in a sense. That's where you have contact with the ionospheres from that antenna. So I was sitting there trying to figure out how I can actually, try and like, I don't know. I was looking at different types of how people have constructed antennas over the years, and and looked into like I guess what they call antenna theory and all that other stuff. I was trying to figure out, on my own, like, well, if I tried this, I wonder what kind of reaction I would get, and I don't know. I think the shape of the antenna has a lot to do with it too, because then I was like, well, I was going to try and create different angles and see if that actually works, because then I'm, I don't know, because
the most it's going to do, regardless of the shape, is just alter the radiation pattern, isn't it?
Right. That's the other thing I'm thinking about too. Exactly. Like, all right, now I remember I think it was you that was saying something about a Yagi. Now, I've used Yagis and stuff like that, and but I was thinking like, instead of like just straight radials as the Augie, what if that was a star-shaped coil right there instead? You know what I mean? Or a triangle shaped coil instead of just like a rod, like a straight rod.
Well, you've
What
got
would
there is quad beams in there, which is in the shape of a square. So
yeah. Well, see, I mean, that's something I'm interested. I was like, I would like to experiment with and see if I can come up with something that hasn't been done yet, or whatever. You know what I mean? Because I don't know. I have ideas on how I want to do it because I was going to experiment with the television antenna also. Um, I'm trying to figure out like the old analog television frequencies that aren't being used anymore, making a transceiver, which I've got a rudimentary one right now that I've got built, but I need to actually improve on the antenna, and I got to figure out how I want to do that. If I want to make a beam out of it, or just make a straight up like dipole, like in a vertical situation, or whatever.
when like for when I'm out mobile and I want to do some satellite work, I made a 2 meter and 2 meter 70 centimeter Yagi, and
Yeah.
what I do with that, I've got a motorized telescope base, like tripod thing, but like where you can just program in what you want to look at it in the sky, like, and it moves the telescope to where it is in the sky. And I use that. I just attach the Yagi to that, like, and then I can program in just to track the satellite, and it tracks the satellite.
Well, that works out just fine. I mean, hell, that worked. I mean, that's not a bad idea actually. Now I think about it. Um, but I mean, how long do you have? Like, how long does that? I don't know how fast them suckers go across the side. So how long do you have
And it
to?
depends on the satellite with the ISS. To be honest, you're lucky if you get 5 or 10 minutes.
Okay.
But with some of them, they can be like within your line of sight for 20 minutes, half an hour.
Okay. Okay. All right. All right.
It just depends on their orbit.
Yeah. Yeah, there's all kinds of stuff, man. Because I mean, they're talking about a new Starlink tank, and all that crap being up there, and there's all kinds of stuff out there, man. Who knows? Um,
Yeah, I very often use the repeat the AM radio repeater on the ISS when that comes over.
there was a time, I don't know if they're still going to do this or not, but there was a time they were talking about just dropping the ISS back in the ocean or something like that. But I don't know if Russia has controlling interest in that place or not. I have no idea.
I've been adding to it again in the last couple of years. So
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of funny. I started thinking about it. It's like, it's like if it, I don't know how the politics are when it comes down to the ISS, because I mean, seriously, there's so many different, conflicting type of countries in that deal. I don't know how that works.
uh, uh, look, as it the title says, it's an international thing in it. So I suppose it's leave a shit at the airlock kind of thing.
Right? Yeah. I don't know. um, it's interesting, man, because of all this stuff that's like this global crap that's going on right now. I was sitting there talking to Cool Tools last night about it too. I was like, when it comes down to like just the prices and stuff over there in the UK, how they're just like growing, and I mean, I wonder, when it comes down to all this stuff that's going on, how much more it's going to happen. And now we're getting into winter. I mean, and what I know, a lot of people over there, they're using natural gas to heat, and the cost of that is going out.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
crazy.
And also,
So
like a lot of people have said about people like being cold and that throughout the winter. And yeah, fair enough. You can wrap up, you can throw coats on, blankets over, blah blah blah. If you're cold, but problem I see is that if we do have a bad winter where it freezes and people can't afford to put the heating on, what's going to happen when when the pipes start to defrost? They're going to burst. So there's going to be flooding everywhere.
Right. Yep. It's a good question. I mean, honestly, I don't know, man. It just seems like that. I mean, I don't know, man. All right, I think back. It almost kind of reminds me of that Game of Thrones type show. It's like I think back. Back in the day of like the big castles with the king in it. And the knights guarding them, the drawbridge and the moat around it, and all that other stuff, and all the other peasants on the outside. And I imagine these things in my head, and it's like in a modern day scenario. What it looks like. It's just on a more massive scale, seems like.
And take my niece for example, and like they both basically had to sacrifice bringing up the kids so we could both go to work. They're both in full time work as well as getting all the extra hours they can, and they're still struggling. At no point should a family where both parents are working full time be thinking where's the next meal coming from.
Well, that's the thing, dude. I was sitting there talking about it the other day. It's like I was actually trying to decide. It's like, okay, am I going to get gas from my vehicle or am I going to go buy food? Because that's all the money I've got. So it's like, okay, what am I? One or the other. And I don't like having to have that decision. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to have to decide between gas for my vehicle or food. You know what I mean? I don't want that. I don't think anybody should have to have that.
No, nobody should. Nobody in a so-called evolved society should
Right,
be making a decision on whether they heat their home or have food on the table. Nobody.
Right. Exactly. See, that's another thing too. That's another thing. The reason why I appreciate you guys over there that are actually getting out there with cameras and watching and all that stuff, because it's that accountability, or at least holding these people up, to a higher standard than they, because technically these people are supposed to serve us, right? Or they're supposed to protect us and all this other stuff. They, you know what I mean? But there's a lot of stuff that ends up happening. It's like all the monies they take from us in the form of taxes end up paying for these people doing all this crazy crap to us, It's
like I said over here, but over the years, they basically took any rights for anyone to defend themselves away from them. We're not allowed guns. You're not even allowed to walk down the street with a screwdriver in your pocket, because it's classed as a deadly weapon. And now if you found the police, you're lucky if they turn up at all, if not 2-3 days later. So we're not allowed to protect ourselves. The police aren't there to protect us. So where does that leave the average person?
Yeah, let me ask you this, because I was asking a couple of guys the other day, or not the other day, but it was a while back ago. I was asking some guys, like for instance, all right, like let's say you and maybe a couple of neighbors on your street where you live, you all are basically kind of on the same, level when it comes down to the, how you think and all that stuff. All right, and you're willing to protect each other and stuff like that if it came down to it. And let's say like an invading army of some kind or whatever, even if it's even disguised as your own government, whatever, it starts coming down the street, going house to house, kicking people out and doing all this brutal shit. All right. If you and your neighbors decide you wanted to fight back, how would you do that? I mean, what? You got pellet guns and damn slingshots? Come on. I just like, I mean, It's like, how would you protect your life if that was that situation? And
Legally, we can't.
I,
It's as simple as
I
that.
know, I know,
Legally, we can't.
legally you can. I know. That's what sucks, man. And I don't understand that because what it ends up doing is like it just it makes you dependent on them to keep you safe when they could be the ones doing the harm. You know what I mean?
And like as I've always says regarding the gun laws in the UK, that basically that we can't have them basically.
Right.
What I've always says, gun laws don't stop bad people from having guns. Does we see weekly really in the news, blah blah blah. Look, somebody being shot. So it don't stop bad people from having guns.
Well,
Only
no, it
thing
don't because I mean, seriously, there's still knives. There's still people getting stabbed and stuff. You know.
Only thing the gun laws do achieve over here is to stop good people from being able to protect themselves from those bad people with guns.
Exactly. Or somebody that wants to stab you. I mean, it would protect you if you had somebody wanted to stab you. You can shoot them. You know what I mean? I mean, seriously. I mean, because if it's somebody that wants to harm you, they have that in their mind. They want to harm somebody. They're going to do it with whatever they can. It doesn't matter if it's a hammer or a knife or their bare hands or a gun. It doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Hell, there's people that will walk into a crowded room with a bomb strapped to them and explode themselves. It happens all the fucking time. You know what I mean? I mean, shit. I mean, you guys are not that. You know, it's not that long ago when the IRA was doing stuff. You know what I mean? So I mean, come on.
When
You
you
know?
look, when you look at recent events, like a couple of years ago, we had a thing happen on London Bridge where somebody was going like went on a mad one and started stabbing people on London Bridge.
Right. Well, see, that's the thing. It's like
how far that would have progressed if a member of like at least one member of public going on around that bridge at the time had got a gun.
oh yeah, no kidding.
How many people's lives would that
It would have
have saved?
eliminated the threat right then and there, and nobody else would have gotten hurt. You know what I mean? That's the thing. It's like, well, okay, how long did it take for like cops to get there? And, how many people did he hurt in between then and then? That's the thing. It's like, oh my gosh. And they're
like,
trying to demonize it here in this country. They're trying to.
Quite often than enough, not when you do found a place over there when something happens, they just don't turn up. I mean, well, the area where I live, the police force, West Midlands Police, has been this year been voted the worst police force in the country again for, I think it's the third year running. They only turned up to, I think it was 22% of burglaries.
Huh.
And out of them 22%, they only turned up to, I think it was something like 5% within 5 days.
Well, I mean, see, that's another thing too. Trespassing versus here and there. Trespassing is still a civil thing over there. Here it's criminal. You know what I mean? That's another thing too. It's like, well, how does that work when it comes down to like burglary? Like, for instance, somebody trespass, come in and they steal something, that's considered burglary. That's a crime. I mean, otherwise it's still just nothing but civil. Is that how it works?
Yeah, basically. And I was reading something a few days ago, and look, he was stating that basically, if someone breaks into your house, and you find them and they're on the ground floor, and you like basically hit them, you're committing assault.
What?
Yeah, you're committing assault. You're not allowed to legally touch them till we get onto a second floor of a property.
What's the difference between the first floor and the second floor? Why is that? Well, then you have no other choice. Is that what they're saying?
The thinking is if say you and your family are in bed, then them going up to a second floor is then putting your family in danger. So you're allowed to use. It's not self-defense. It's basically where you it first.
So you got to wait for them to come up there to you, or something like. If you got a second
Yeah.
floor, you got to wait until they come up there to you, and then you can do something legally.
Yeah.
And then how far can you go legally?
Reasonable force.
Reasonable force. That means up to death. Yes.
Now it means what a reasonable person would see as a reasonable amount of force to stop the attack.
Give a smack on the nose, and that's.
Yeah. So for example, like say if you got CCTV cameras in your house, and you hit them, they go down onto the floor, and then you then kick them in the head. That then could be classed as assault because they're down on the floor, so it stopped the attack.
Oh, yeah, but I mean, see, this is what bothers me. It's like, because that person that broke in my mind, they forfeited their life when they did that. When they've done that on their own, they forfeited their life.
There was a case a few years ago. It was before the lockdowns and all that, where an householder had set up a pool in the back garden. One of them inflatable pools, deep pools kind of thing. And they came and made them take the pool down. As I says, if somebody climbs over a fence to come into your property and they say fall over, break the leg and fall into a pool and drown, you're responsible for it.
Now, I'm telling you, man. Now, does that seem right? Now, does that seem fair? Does that seem logical, moral? I mean, to have that. I mean, for real. I mean, that's just insane. That's okay. Who's the victim in that crime or in that situation?
Well, apparently the burglar.
Like I said, man, me personally, man, like for instance, if somebody was wanting to break in my house and they did that, as soon as they basically, once they step over that threshold or come into that home, they automatically, if they know it or not, they have forfeited their life. There's a chance that they may not live through this. So they're making that choice when they come into that home. You know what I mean? Or onto the property in some cases. You just come across that fence line into the property, you are forfeiting your life. You're making that conscious decision to do that. You may or may not live to see the next day. You know what I mean? Depending on the situation. But that's the thing. It's like a lot
of people over here see the sort of open carry states and that. And
right.
And to be honest, a lot of the time, all we do see over here is loads of gun crime and stuff like that. And look, I know from experience, from visiting a lot of these places, that simply in the case. In a lot of the states that are constitutional carry, the gun crime and personal crime such as robbery and rape and stuff like that is a lot lower than in the States.
Hell yeah. You think about it. All right. All right. Let's say you're a burglar. All right. And you're wanting to go into this neighborhood and like burgle some houses and stuff. But you know that everybody in that neighborhood all carries a gun and they're all willing to shoot people if they, whatever. But then you got this other neighborhood down the street. This is like they call a safe space. So none of those people in there even have a gun. Which one of those neighborhoods are you going to try and burgle?
Yeah, of course.
You know what I'm saying? So, and it does. It just brings it down to that, bringing it more to an even playing field because, I mean, honestly, man, there's some guys that will go in and burgle a place with like 5 or 6 guys strong. All of them got some kind of a weapon. And if they happen to come across the homeowner, they're willing to may even kill them. So when it comes down to me, it's like if I had a choice between the Burgles' life and my life, I'm going to choose my life over his. You know what I'm saying? That's how I see it. And I don't care what the quote unquote law, the legal statutes and say. You know what I mean? I don't really give a shit. I mean, lawfully, by the natural common law, I have that right.
And
Well, it's not
everyone should have a right to at least reasonably protect themselves and their family and others from physical harm.
Well, if I don't have to kill the guy, that'd be nice. But I'm gonna tell you something: a dead man don't talk tales. You know what I mean? They can't get any information from that dead guy, other than he's dead. You know what I mean? I mean, there is that chance if you leave him alive, and next thing you know, he's got a lawyer and you're in court. You're being charged because you beat him up. But you burgled my house, you dumbass. You know what I mean? That kind of thing. Yeah.
It happened to me a few years back now, where someone attacked me in the street. He took my walking stick off me and broke it and across my back.
Right.
It got reported to the police, and 4 months later, they found me to say they were starting an investigation. Now I'd give the names and that of eyewitnesses what had come forward, and says it was okay for me to give their details over, and not one, and they didn't think to go and question the eyewitnesses or nothing for 4 months. Now, as I says to the officer, not so politely, obviously, even if you did go now and get the statements from eyewitnesses, and it went to court, they'd get ripped to pieces in court, wouldn't they? Because you can't give a true statement after that amount of time.
Well, yeah. How long of a time was it again? How much time was it?
4 months.
Oh well, hell no. You can't get an accurate statement from that. You have to get it like more a lot sooner than that. Yeah, for sure.
In the end, I just told them to go and fuck themselves and down below.
Right. Mostly the West Coast out there, the left coast, or out there by California.
And too late on 11 meters for me. I think there's a little bit coming in on 40.
Yeah, this time of the day for me, it switches toward the left coast of the U.S. down toward like the South Pacific, like Hawaii, New Zealand, Australia, around that area. That's where it's starting to shift down to when it comes down to conditions this time of the day. It's getting closer and closer to the gray line, so that's where I'm at. Because it's like 4 o'clock here, so I still got a couple more hours before the sun goes down.
Did you say you escaped Ian where you are?
Wait a minute, say it one more time.
Did you say you escaped Ian where you are?
The
hurricane.
Wait a minute, say that again. I'm sorry, I didn't understand you.
Did you say you escaped Ian where you are?
Did I escape Ian? Yes. Because the way it came up, see, I'm up in the panhandle of Florida, so I'm a little bit more west than where it came through, because it came up and it went mostly central Florida.
Yeah.
So in the direction of the hurricane, the swirl of it was in a counterclockwise motion. So everything that on that on that end of it where I'm at, all it was doing was pulling cold, dry air from north down to us. So we had clear skies the whole time. You know.
Where was our in Orlando when Irma and what was the other one?
Oh, I don't know,
Well,
man. I'm actually I grew up in Orlando, so I've been through quite a few of them. So I can't remember, dude.
Dorian was the
Yeah,
other one.
yeah, yeah. So yeah, I mean, I'm kind of like I'm used to it. It's like It's not my first rodeo going through a hurricane, and then I went through, like I said, Hurricane Michael here in Panama City 4 years ago. That was a Category 5. So you know, um, but
Hey,
the thing,
you guys got like procedures in place, and you know, like it basically puts you down for a couple of days, really, doesn't it? And you're back up on like full strength again, really, and yeah.
I have a pretty good idea. I mean, it depends. It really, you can't really. I mean, you can. See, I have this like this survivalist type prepper type mentality anyway, just simply because of hurricanes all my life. You know what I mean? You got to prepare and kind of have something because it happens every year almost. You know what I mean? So I've always had that in the back of my head, and yeah. But I mean, you can never tell what happens. I mean, honestly, because you can never tell how long you'll be out of power. You have no idea how long stuff is going to be or how damaged everything really was going to get. I mean, you think about it, man. I mean, a hurricane, it's got a lot of powerful winds and water. This to do a lot of freaking damage, man. And uh,
And I mean, we're over here. We're terrible for anything at all. Like we have like 2 inches of snow, and the country gets shut down. We have 2 days, 2 days of sun, and we're running out of water.
shoot, if it was the snow here in Florida, yes, the whole freaking state would probably shut down. I know it was probably years ago. It was probably 20 some odd years, probably more now. But anyway, there was years ago where snow flurries actually got this far south, and it freaked people out. Man, they didn't know how to drive. I was like, it's crazy. We got snow. We just call it rain. Yeah.
Yeah, I've never been to Florida when it's when it's in the cooler times. To be honest, it's I've been in January time, which is still look for us anyway. It's still shorts and t-shirts weather, and I've been in September where you just melt into a sidewalk.
Yeah. Yeah. It's been getting kind of hot every year for the past few years, a little bit more in the winter time. Really hasn't been getting that cold, and unless we get some like when it starts getting into the winter time and stuff, we'll get some cold snaps, and that's mostly just a big cold front would just you know pull be pushed or whatever all the way down from Canada and stuff, and then it'll drop down to freezing for about a day or two, and that's it. You know what I mean? That's the way it's been doing it for the past couple of years, anyway.
Well, I need to live with my bones. That is somewhere a bit warmer.
Shoot. I'm gonna tell you something, man. If I wanted to get out of the country, I don't know, man. It's in this day and age right now. I think it's gonna get really hard. I mean, because of that stuff that's going on up there. I mean, seriously, from what I understand, like the president of the Ukraine? He's signed a agreement to join the NATO. I honestly don't see.
Suits.
I don't see anything good coming out of that, man. I really don't.
Well, to be honest, I didn't see anything good coming from the EU anyway. Does it just wanted to control everything from a centralized government, which isn't it don't work country to country, so it ain't going to work continent to continent, is it?
Well, I'll tell you this. Check this out. I think that's the whole reason why Putin actually went into Ukraine, because he did not want NATO and the EU coming in to Ukraine, in a sense. All right, they didn't want to be. He didn't want that to be joined in with that, and that's the whole reason he went in there, in a sense, to kind of like take it back, in a sense, and all out of the crap. But now they're doing this. This is like a direct, like, fuck you to Putin type of thing. And he's, I mean, honestly, do you think this guy is coming into this whole thing to lose? I mean, do you think Putin's just going to go into doing what he's doing and to lose? He's not going to freaking lose. Even if he was to lose, do you think he's going to be a good loser? You know, um, I mean, come
Well,
on, man.
let's face it. Russia's in the past has gone through the motions of losing, i.e., like taking down the KGB and stuff like that. And
Right.
a lot of people still believe that the KGB is going very, very strong.
I mean, who's to say? I mean, you know, it's the same thing like in this government here, or this thing calling itself a government here in America, the so-called deep state and all that stuff. Who's to say that is part of the damn KGB and they're all in cahoots and blah, blah, blah? I mean, I don't fucking know, but I can't prove it. I've got theories, I've got information that I've gathered that can probably, it may suggest that, you know what I mean? But I can't prove any of that stuff. It's all what they call conspiracy theories, I guess you would call it. But
Everything's conspiracy until it's proven, isn't it?
well, I mean, that's true. That's true. That's true. Because like the definition of a conspiracy is just two or more people conspiring, you know. So yes, that does happen all the time. You know. Because I mean, you know, I start thinking about it, like even like when it comes down to all those like section this and section that of the terrorist act, blah blah blah, and all this other stuff. What's the remedy against these things, man? When it comes down to like in the UK, for instance, how would the average citizen combat that or have a remedy against these things? You know, I wonder.
I think the laws. Well, a lot of the laws as a stand, they are needed, but in the right set of circumstances, not to be used because of somebody doing something that you don't want them to do. Like standing outside with a camera, like we've seen terrorism laws being used quite a lot for that.
Yeah, I've seen videos of these guys that are getting like, you know, these guys are trying to say, oh, this is section this and that of this terrorism act and all blah blah blah, and I'm like, what the hell? I mean, it's like in America they use the like, what is it, disorderly conduct and stuff like that, just like a broad like charge where they can like, I don't like what you're doing, so you're disorderly conduct or a breach of peace or some shit like that, you know, and so it's just so they can arrest you or charge you, and it's just another way, you know, it's that you know, that enforcement, you know, using that violence to.
It's like me. Like last year, I was recording on a public sidewalk, and a security guard come out and says, "Oh, like, oh, don't the usual spiel, one loud, blah blah blah." And I explained I was on a sidewalk. He basically grabbed hold of me, grabbed hold of my camera, and I, like, after he let go, I turned around to one of his colleagues and says, "If your dog can't be trusted in public, put it back in its cage or on a leash." And they found the place, and I got arrested for public order, and they tried to do me for racial abuse because I called him a dog.
That's just, it sucks, but it's funny. You know what I'm saying? It's just, I'm sorry that happened, but that's, oh my god.
And it like they then like spent 5 months taking it to court, which I eventually went to court to try to drop it down. So tried to get me to take a plea and drop it down to just a Section 5 public order, which same here. It's just a broad way of saying we don't like what you're doing, which I refused. And he went to court, and the judge basically threw it out. He says if I was in the same position and the security guard had grabbed hold of me, he says I would have told him to fuck off and smacked him in the mouth. He says, and I would have had every legal right to do so. He says, so the fact that that he just turned around and said some hurty words that the security guard didn't like, I think it showed great restraint.
Right. Well, I mean, that's good on that end of it. You know what I mean? I mean, because I'm gonna tell you, you know, if the judge would have continued to that and let it happen and let it go and all that stuff, that's it. I don't know, man.
Now I have got a civil case against the officers that arrested me.
Are you well? Most where are you like mostly like inside just like in your area? Or are you going outside your local area and stuff like that, doing a lot of this auditing?
To be honest, I don't get out that often, especially this time of year, because the damp really doesn't agree with my joints and stuff like that. So
Right on.
I struggle this time of year, but yeah, as soon as I can get out, I will be getting back out again.
Well, it is. I mean, like I said, I encourage it too, man, because I mean, if I see something that I think is newsworthy, I'm gonna get out there and record it. Oh man. But I'm not going to sit there and I'm not going to be like one of those guys that actually go to every traffic stop and sit there. I can't do that. I'm not, it's not my style. Even then, if that's just the way
I always carry my camera around with me, because I use the DJI pocket camera.
Right. Right.
So it's like it literally fits. It can fit in your pocket, like. So I've always got that with me, just in case I do come across something anyway.
Right.
And to be honest, I've always preferred cop watching over like doing the actual like down to the stations and stuff like that. Anyway, it's just like with a radio thing, not being able to listen to dispatch and stuff like that. It just makes it a lot more difficult over there. It's just a case of going around, and if you're lucky, you come across something.
Right. Yeah, yeah, exactly. I mean, I don't know. I'm like I said, I'm subscribed to like many, like especially like here in America, there's so many of them. But I was also in the UK. But I'm subscribed to many different like auditors or cop watchers or whatever like that. And I try to keep track of it, even the new ones that start popping up. That because I mean, there's some people out there that are very calm, cool, collective, very intelligent, know how to speak, very articulate. You know what I mean? They're very clear about they understand the law and they can recite it and blah, or they might have something that like a piece of paper, whatever. But I like how some of these guys actually handle themselves. Now there are some guys now. They just go off and start cussing them out and all that stuff, which in some respects I'm okay with. But then there's some I'm like, okay, man, come on, man. You're just trying to get a damn click on a damn video here. This is what you're trying to do.
Now I'll look at it differently. I think there's a place for all of it. To be honest, I think with some officers, sometimes you need to test them to bring that tyrant out.
Right.
They ain't gonna. With some officers, they ain't gonna show the tyrant side of them without being tested, if you get what I mean.
Yeah, I do. Well, that's another thing. Like, for instance, here in America, like, I mean, I guess there's some state statutes that might do something, whatever, but like hidden cameras, parabolic microphones, like very large zoom lenses, and or like even drones, you know, something where they don't realize they're being videoed and their actions end up being more real because they don't realize they're being videoed. You know, I like that idea. I like the idea of Overwatch, you know, of like somebody, like for instance, if somebody wants to actually have contact with a cop during an audit or like a cop watch or something like that, I'll let them do it and I'll stand way back and I'll watch everything from a distance, you know, so I can get everything documented. That's more like my stuff, what I like to do, you know, personally nowadays, if I wanted to
That's
do it.
that is one good thing when I go out with BBA kind of thing. I like we've always got each other in sight kind of thing. You know what I mean? So like
Well,
if
you
something
need
happens
it.
to
You
one,
need
you can the other one can just get it on camera straight away kind of thing.
Well, you kind of need it because I mean, actually, man, there was this one guy, and and what he was doing to kind of give himself to like eyes in the back of his head, he had a 360 camera along with him also that recorded everything around him, even if some guy snuck up behind him.
Yeah,
If he didn't see it, it was on video. You know what I mean?
yeah.
So
I've got a 360 camera as well. I've done a couple of audits with it.
right on. I like the idea, you know what I mean? And there's some certain things that when it comes down to the actual evidence that you could use on your defense if necessary, that recording, that video evidence, and because that's what it is, it's your evidence. If anything was to go about, you know what I mean? And the
And
more evidence you
like,
got, the more
and
chance, you know.
like I said, I ain't really been out a great deal for a couple of months kind of thing. But few months ago, I bought a speed camera as well, so we could clock the speed of more cars, what like
Right.
87 blues and twos.
Yeah, start making a list. You know, it's like, yeah, this guy, he's speeding through this thing every single day. You know, and you know he would be giving everybody tickets otherwise. You know what I mean? I know cops that are like that. I mean, there's some cops that actually have this attitude, like, you know, I can go 90 miles an hour, you can't.
Mhm.
You know, and you better get out of my way if I'm coming through here, or I'm going to find a way to pull you over. That type of attitude. You know, they're
Well,
literally
there
cops
was
out.
that female officer what
Yeah.
got sacked from over in the States. Did you see that one
Yep.
where
Yeah.
they
Yeah.
were basically saying that she could speed
Yep.
and it's up to the public to get out of her way.
Right. Yeah. She got because of that arrogant, egotistical type comments, man, got her in trouble. You know, because just having that mentality, and she's not the only one that thinks that, dude. She's
No,
not the
no.
only one. And who taught her to think that way in the first place? You know what I mean?
And
Um,
as I've seen the videos and that, but I haven't caught any updates. Have there been any updates on that one on the train tracks yet?
I'm not sure right offhand. You know, honestly, I really don't know right offhand.
Where
Uh,
they arrested her, put her in the back of a police car, what was on the train tracks, and the train come and killed her.
really?
Yeah, I can't remember what state that was in now, but it was over there. Yeah.
No, I don't. I really don't. Um, you know,
Yeah, they went to where the train basically dumped the car off, dumped the car off about a mile and a half up the road, I think it was something like that. And then went back to her car to continue searching her car, and then there was caught on around body cams laughing and joking that just killed a woman.
wow. See, that's the thing too. It's like, because I was talking about the qualified immunity thing here. You know, it's like these cops can literally, basically get a paid vacation just for murdering somebody. You know, and literally, you know, this see, that's what's got to change back to where where there's actually punishment and for these cops and stuff like that, because they
And yes,
cannot
I
be
mean,
protected.
it's same over here. I mean,
Well,
like,
I know they're
I've
trying
been,
to
I've been,
emulate you guys over there. That's what they're trying to when it comes down to the police force. They're trying to do
I
the
mean,
same thing that you
been
guys are
told
doing.
that somebody pointed out to me that they haven't got qualified immunity over here, but I know for definite that to put a personal case against a police officer over here, you have to prove that they, as an individual, knew better. Not a reasonable person would know better. That they, as an individual, which is basically an impossibility
So
to prove that what somebody knows and what somebody don't know.
well, see, that's another thing too, because I mean, all right. What popped in my head was like when you said that, it's like, okay, so they're saying that the cop is probably not reasonable, so he's probably unreasonable. All right, you can, whatever. But there's also this thing here in America. It's like, for instance, if you were to get a cop on the stand and you were to ask him certain legal questions, the cop really doesn't know the answer because he doesn't know the law. He only knows like the short version of the law. That's what he goes out there and tries to enforce. He doesn't know the whole law, that he's supposed to be enforcing or supposed to be knowing. But you start asking legal questions on that and he can't answer, the judge will stop him from trying to answer because he's technically incompetent. You know what I mean? And he is allowed to be ignorant of the law. Yet I, as a citizen, am not. If I was to try and be ignorant of the law in a court, I have no excuse, But so-called law enforcement has an excuse.
Which, when you look at it, is ridiculous in itself. I mean, what's the minimum learning for such as a lawyer or a barrister? Something like 7 or 8 years.
Well, dude, it's like what I think I can't remember. It's like 3 months or something like that. Here, it's like something go through academy or something. I can't remember exactly.
For a lawyer or a barrister, something like seven to 8 years, is it, Lord?
Right. Well, probably. But I'm sitting there thinking about it. Even for a cop, they only go through like that training for like, I don't know, a few months or something like that. But I'm gonna tell you something, man. It takes you longer to become a cosmetologist than it does a cop.
Takes you longer to trying to cut hair.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, for real, it does. It takes you longer to get a license or longer to get an education just to cut hair than it does to become a cop. That's something wrong there. You know what I mean? And these people, like here in America, they've got our lives in their hands because they're armed and they can shoot you. Versus, well, it depends on the situation up there where you're at. But I mean, still, honestly, man, you could lose your life in a traffic stop if this cop just happened to have a bad day. Like, for instance, his wife just left him and he's in a bad day, and I moved a little bit too fast for his liking, and he just pulled his gun and shoots me. That can very well happen. You know what I mean?
I was watching something else a while back, and he was in one of the. I'm sure it might have been some Texas somewhere, and in this city, and they was trying to call for restrictions on carrying a gun, carrying guns, kind of thing. And this one. Civil rights lawyer, stood up, kind of thing, and he was saying, "Did you know, by the state's own statistics, says people have got more chance of being killed by the firearms carried by your own police officers than what they have by being killed from the firearms from a civilian."
Dude, I'm gonna tell you something. I think the statistics here in America is you're 11 times more likely to get killed by a cop than a terrorist. So that's
And he broke it down like into like direct shootings and like stray bullets and all that, like, and
that's another thing too.
They didn't get didn't get the ruling that they wanted anyway, and to stop people.
Yeah. I don't know. It used to be when I was a kid, going through middle school and high school and stuff like that, like 8th grade up through 12th grade or whatever. I remember it was not an issue. Nobody even really considered it being a problem where high school kids were like, driving up in their own cars because they were already 16 by that time. They got their own cars or whatever. Or some of them have like a truck and they'll have like a deer rifle or a shotgun or something like that sitting there right there on a rack on the back window of the truck. And it would park right there in the damn high school parking lot. Nobody cared. You know what I mean? But for some reason, something's changed over the years. You know what I'm saying?
To me, it's like alcohol. If you're brought up to respect the alcohol, chances of you being silly with it when you get older are a lot slimmer than just being introduced to it at 18 or 21.
Right. No, I get what you're saying. Well, that's another thing too. Well, just on that age scenario. All right. Um, I've noticed here in America they keep on being very hypocritical at a lot of levels. They're like, okay, you're not really developed like quote unquote adult until a certain age and all this other stuff. So we're not going to allow you to do this until you get to that certain age. But then there's other stuff that really they're going to lower the age and all that stuff. But um, like for instance, they want to raise the age of getting a weapon. They want to lower the age of voting. And I'm sitting there thinking, I'm like, okay, you're not, according to this, you're not really a confident type of a quote unquote adult until this age, but yet you want people at the age of like 16 that really aren't fully developed and don't really know what the fuck they're talking about. They don't even know what they're going to have for lunch that day. And you want them to vote. Oh, you know what I'm saying? It's weird. It's weird. It's like upside down world.
And it, like a lot of the times, like we're out there fighting for something silly.
I'll give you another. It's like, for instance, I'll give you another example.
It's the silly things what end up losing your big right, the big rights that you have. Like if we're allowed to, allowed to take the silly little rights away, the quicker they'll start on people's main rights.
Well, check this out. They're trying to restrict it where you have to be 21 to in like some areas where you can't buy a firearm or something like that in some areas until you're 21. But yet you can join the military and be given a rifle and going out and shooting people on the other side of the planet at 18. You know what I mean? It's weird. You can't sit here and defend yourself until you're 21 here on America land, but yet you can go out and shoot other people over in another damn country and fucking 18 years old.
It is. It's as and when it's suits, and that's how they want it, isn't it?
What's going on with your microphone there?
Oh, sorry, I think I had my finger over it.
Right on. Yeah.
It's I think they want the rules as and when it suits them.
Yeah, I understand.
It's 22:11, so I'm gonna shoot off.
Well, I really appreciate you stopping in and hanging out, man. I really appreciate it, man.
No problem.
Well, and please, anytime, man, come on up, and radio stuff. See, that's another thing too. I want to try and figure it out where I can get a bunch of people that there's a few people on YouTube that do basically the kind of same thing I'm doing, like on the radio scenario where they do like video gates and stuff like that. And I'm gonna try and get a bunch of guys together that do that, their own channels and stuff, and get them all on a panel so we can talk about radio stuff, man. And because the information is needed, there's some people out there that want to get into radio, but never have, and they just want to get into it, or they want to use it for like a prep type of thing, just in case the whole crap goes to crap, and they don't know anything about it. You know, this is we're a very good source of information there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, definitely, and like you says, when shit hits a fan, and such as internet, television, blah blah blah, does go down.
Yeah.
Gonna need some way for people to be able to communicate with each other, to try and pull things back together, kind of thing.
Yeah. Oh, well, like I said,
without communication, that can never happen.
Right. Well, I mean, as long as we got the YouTube at the moment, we got to start exposing it to a lot of the other people out there that might need help. And hell, like I said, we're a wealth of information, man. So I appreciate you, man. So coming up,
Yeah,
yeah,
I've done a couple of videos a couple of months back on digital modes, using like FT8 and stuff like that. If you wanted to have a look at them, obviously I've just cut the set. I've done them on the live. I cut the sound out and just put music. Because obviously you don't the screeching noise for like 2 hours.
Right.
But
right.
yeah, I've done a couple of videos on FT8 and that a while back.
Yeah, right on. Yeah, I was sitting there reading Sunfish down there, nothing behind comments, but yeah. Yep.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
I'll catch you again soon, yeah?
All right, man. You have a good one out there. You have a good evening, and I'll catch you on the next one.
I'll catch you a bit. 70, please.
All right.
Good evening to you out there, 942, big station out there. Mr. 105 Arizona, waving a hand to you.
Here we out there, 813 Georgia. Numbers out there, 813.
Got it, man.
Radio 510, Mud Duck Portable, 1009. Back quiet, I'll see you.
One more time with my echo turned off this time. Forgot I left it on.
We did hear you. I wanted to let you know that. Tony 3 thanks for the comeback. 127, I better get it.
You know, professional 38 on this stupid echo.
Way back in Louisiana.
Oh, 737, Mr. 737 out there in the Carolinas, man. You are kicking ass today, brother. I got you 30 over 9, my friend. Conditions are good. Welcome to the evening, 105 Arizona West Coast Radio, waving.
510, and that's Mud Duck Portable, I'll see you. 813 Georgia, Mud Duck Portable, 1009. Back quiet, quack.
We'll say that one more time.
Oh, top of the evening to you, sir, man. I heard you sneak in there, man. Top of the evening to you out there.
I'll come pull you out, Jumbo.
And hello out there in Hawaii, Ohio, out there in the Buckeye State. And sounding good out there, 105 Arizona West Coast Radio.
105, take full control of the dog on airways.
Hey, good evening to you out there, Mr. 62 out there in Ontario, Canada, man. Man, you're booming in here, 20 over 9 too, my friend. Conditions are good.
How you doing there, 9314 Ohio? You got a copy on 455 Prescott, hello?
All right, brother, man. Hey, sounding good out there, man. Have a good rest of the evening out there, 105 Arizona.
Yeah, the way my friend 99 Jamaica is still hello, come on.
942 out there, man. You are kicking ass too. I got you 20 over 9, sir.
Check. 455 Arizona.
there, man. You guys are just killing it tonight, man. Conditions are good. All right, 70-30 out there. Hey, good evening to you out there in Montgomery, Alabama. Good evening out there in Alabama tonight. 105, wave and a ham.
Go ahead, you got audio.
Oh, 00, man, you made it over the top, brother, man. Conditions are good, man. 00 out there, Mr. 00, making it out there, 20 over 9, sir. Doing great out there. 105, West Coast Radio.
Oh yeah. 99 Jamaica, good evening.
All right, 415, that's your number 2, brother, man. 15 over 9, man. Good. I'm good out there.
Jamaica, 99 Jamaica, listening.
All right, sounding good out there.
Appreciate it, my friend. Thanks so much in the bio. Sounding good, making a fine trip, man. It's all for all the years. What goes out, appreciate it. Well, my friend, have a great evening. 99 Jamaica said it.
Oh, Mr. 286 out there, you're making it all the way to the West Coast. Waving a hand to you out there.
Bye-bye. Take it easy. Take care, my friend. Stay safe. 99 go.
Oh, yeah, chickadee check out there. Mr. 286 out there, man. Sound good.
Yes, hey, good evening, good afternoon, guys. 99 appreciate the call. Take care. 99 Jamaica listening.
Hey, waving a hand back out there on the Carolinas, my friend. Sounding good out there. Sounding good, man. 105, Arizona. Mr. 734, I heard you stepping in there, man. Mr. 734, blowing smoke, man. 105, Arizona. Waving back to you. Roger. All right, man, you're kicking ass, man. Conditions are good, man. Conditions are good. All right, making it all the way to the West Coast. Enjoy, man. 73rd, see you out there.
How about a Great Lake? Kilo, Bravo, Echo. Actually, Needles, California.
429, yep, you're in my free seat, man. You are coming into the West Coast, brother. 429 on the East Coast meets the West Coast.
The 1122 Wingnut Radio. Whoa.
Out there, Mr. 429 out there, man. I'm always a pleasure out there. You got a great sounding system out there. Hey, take care, my friend. Have a great weekend out there. What's left of it? 105 Arizona, West Coast Radio.
Thank you. 429 Gettysburg. You got the
Mr. 645 in Cleveland, man. Hey, top of the evening to you too out there, sir, man. Making a great tip all the way over to the West Coast, man. Yeah, I appreciate the wave out there, Mr. 645 out there on the East Coast, man. Take care out there, 73rd out there. Have a great rest of the weekend. 105 Arizona, West Coast.
I guess the station out of Utah, this A3S is not getting out. No radio.
Hey, top of the evening to you out there in the cold country. Again, I hear a couple stations out there, man. Top of the evening to you in the cold country out there in Montreal and Toronto, man. Guys are coming in good, man. 105 Arizona, West Coast.
I heard somebody out there in Utah hollering. 1122 in Florida listening.
Hey, 73rd, you guys out there, man. Hey, you guys having a good evening out there. Hey, have a great rest of the evening out there and have a better week coming up. 105 Arizona.
Roger that. Yeah, I mean, I think I haven't got my solution quite in pocket yet. Down by no doubt. Well, we are getting down in the 60s at nighttime, which is about right for this time of year out here in southern Nevada.
Other man,
I don't need to run them up that high.
Your technician. That makes it all fair. When you get beat up on your technician, then you're doing something special. Man, shit, oh well, if you can't follow instructions, what can you do right then anyway? Don't be too hard on him though. And he out there, he's swinging hard, but he right there up on it. But then again, this 7 element might be right pointed right at yours right now. Well, I would say let him cash that check. Be nice to him. Because when you break that thing, you put it on her pretty hard today. When you break it, you're going to have to take it back to it. And they never do the same thing again.
Real good job, and I appreciate it. Real good job, I appreciate it. Take care, 777.
That Watergate, you say you got a room, but is him alone in that room? Him alone in that room there. Put him.
Oh, no, he did not say that. Oh, man.
Pancholini to have his tail between his legs because he just whooped him right there. He smacked him right in the ass and said, "Get on out of here." 1, 2, 3. General, you're 919. Doing your Shack Nasty coming downtown San Bernardino, Cali. Sure is. Oh, 919. Take care.
This is channel 28 AM, Sunfish.
Bye, 919, 917 in Cali. Bye. You a bad man. King James with that monkey. You a bad man. Don't let nobody tell you nothing different. 653. Okay, 919. I see you. Have a good day. Bye-bye. All right, there, King James with that bad monkey. King James with that monkey. Oh, video. Monkey, man, you're doing a mighty fine job this evening in the Cactus Patch. Hope you and your family doing well. 653 Arizona. Good day. Good day.
Hey, this is the Wing Nut Radio out here in Florida. Anybody got a copy of this little tiny radio? It's the 1122 Wing Nut on the side.
Yeah, 2105, 17 West Side. I'm waving right back, 2105, 917 Cali. Oh, goodbye. 599, just kicking it around Disneyland. Hey, King James, I want to give you a warning. King James, my friend. Hey, 919-2105 said hello. Say you be a good friend. Hey, 919-2105 did say hello. 91.7 in Cali. Roll that nickel. Bye. No audio on the regular right back. Hey,
King James coming up out of the Big Bam. King James coming up out of the Big Bam. I just want to give you a warning, my brother. Hello, right back, man. Have a good day. Oh, 2105, 917 in Cali. I walked on through. I guess 599 is just ghost talking. Just King James with that bad money. King James with that bad money. I just wanted you to be careful over there on shaky ground. King James coming up out of the Big Band with that bad money. I just want you to be careful when you make it over there on shaky ground. I'm going to get on back out of your way. Be careful over there. Don't fall in the ocean. 653 Arizona, and I'm going again. Talking like Disneyland. Hey, 4, I'm 917. What you talking about? Hello, number 4, 917 in Cali. Bye, bye, bye. Big Kenny, do you have a copy? Everybody waving, a whole lot of people waving, got their hands up, way in the air. 917 gonna say hello right back. While I'm cruising this college transmitter in Cali. Oh, 917 on the soul side of San Bernardino, Cal is in the clear. Bye, bye, bye. Apple Shack out there in Syracuse, no doubt about it. Shamalama ding dong, women. Hey, Nine, have a good day. Me and this Barefoot College transmitters in the clear. How about it out there in the Big Apple trees? How about it out there in the Big Apple trees in the Apple Shack? How about it out there in the Big Apple trees in the Apple Shack? I used to live down there, and I know they got a lot of pretty girls down there. I love to come to the Apple Shack because I'm trying to get a look at some of them pretty girls. 653 Arizona, and I'm waving at you. My friend down there in the Apple Shack. My friend down there in the Apple Shack down below Syracuse. I know they got a lot of pretty girls down there because I used to live in Syracuse. I know you down there in that Apple Shack. I want to see what you got up in that Apple Shack. 653 Arizona. Come on. We're going to start the engine. We're going to have to start the right. The Apple Shack coming up out of New York. The Apple Shack coming up out of New York.
And tell that it's working correctly. You don't have to say audio 50 times to see that it's working correctly.
losses. Well, it ain't all he lost. If I lost his freaking leg. You bitches. You bitches. Yeah, I get out here and do what I want to do. Yeah.
You see the worst place possible.
I get your numbers, but I did hear you talking out of Georgia there, so Georgia. There's too many of them out there, so 73 cops said that. Have a great day.
I do. Mr. 348 there in Atlanta, man. You're still killing it, man. Top evening, sir.
Why don't you? Put thousand on that damn thing.
Yep. I think we're going to get it done. All right, Tony, man. Sounding good out there, man. Appreciate it. Yes, sir.
A couple of them out there your way today, so it's all good, man. Catch you later. Have a great weekend.
CQ 755 Todd, Yucca Valley, California. CQ in the town. Warm them up.
Got a real good one for you there. Sure.
Hey, what tubes are in that thing, Tony? Is it 60 Q6s or what are they in there? 1950. Okay, yeah, nice. The sweet tubes. Nothing wrong with that.
462.
Okay, yeah, the only thing I'd warn you is, man, they're not making those anymore, so enjoy them while you got them, because once they dry up, that's it.
Nice place, right?
Hey, Roger, all right, man, hold on to them, man, because there's even going to be a shortage on 572s and 811s coming up, so they're plentiful now, but next year the price is going to go up for sure.
Yeah, well, I just turned it on and I heard you say your number, and then you said,
you have a good one, my friend. Oh, yeah. All right, brother. Didn't mean to cut in there. Take care, my friend.
Anyway, hey, we got food for a couple of seconds, right?
I'm enjoying my third beer over here in Louisville, Kentucky, TK.
Roger. Yeah, pretty crazy skip.
Say what? Yeah, he texted me this morning, but I haven't heard anything back from him. I'll talk to him tomorrow.
Oh,
hey, Roger. Have a good one there, Louisville, Kentucky. Yucca Valley, California, 30 miles northeast of Palm Springs. All right, yeah, I'll give him a call tomorrow, no problem. Yucca Valley. What's that food, man? Up on the show. No way. What the hell does that mean? It's a beautiful time in the neighborhood. It was weird. Open up again here.
Hey, Jim, when did all this ruckus start?
Okay. No, I got so many people chopping people flips off over here.
Country.
Yeah, I didn't even know you were on the frequency, and I was talking to some people out there at the same time you were. Yeah, Roger. It's Lip Chopper Day, so yeah, its band is wide open, man. All right, I'm gonna get out of here for a minute. I'm getting a headache, and I'm gonna finish this beer.
99 Jamaica, you're making a great trip into Reno, Nevada, 506.
Why, hell yes. 105 Arizona. Yeah, it is now. I heard you out there earlier, and you were like way low on frequency. Arizona.
All right.
Oh yeah, you're on there. What radio is that? Did you say 746 Pro 2 or just 746?
We like hearing you out there. We're doing
7300. Okay, no, you shouldn't have a problem with frequency on that. If you have a problem with it, you're going to have to go into menu options, and then there's a adjustment for the oscillator on there, and you're going to need to, it shouldn't drift though. That radio should not drift at all. Yep,
No, you're dead. You're dead on, man. It's like like I tell anybody, if it's a new radio, you don't know what you're doing. You press a button, you panic. Just factory reset it and start over. It's not going to hurt nothing.
John, your condition is full-blown jealousy. That's the condition you're in.
All right, brother, man. 73rd Street out there. Have a great rest of the week, man. We'll be seeing you soon.
Oh, yes, you do. Your condition's called jealousy.
I try and squeeze more stuff in it so it's the same size. Radio. Turning it down a little bit. Surrounded. In the U.S. of Virgin Islands, St. Thomas, that we stand by.
Thank you very much to you too. Be safe for your family. God bless I'd love to hear what the other quarterbacks around the league say about Murray. They're laughing their asses off at him. I'm sure.
Well, it is a Super Bowl fried Ben.
Hey, don't you ever get Aruba in there? I mean, those are the big guys up there. Big Ben radio. They should have some radios going.
As soon as the game's over, I'm going to go feed the dogs and then go next door for dinner.
God damn it, sounds like a good idea.
I can see you through the radio.
Oh, they fake their promises.
Stand by for technical difficulties.
Clean up the radio there. Had to clean up your radio for you. 665 over
Mr. 711 sounding grand on the band. What's up, buddy?
Right next to the Pacific Ocean in Santa Barbara,
Man, what's shaking over there, man?
Operator Henry, Hotel Echo, the local Romeo Yankees. Can you come on back with a call sign to get out there, Kentucky?
Hey, Roger. All right, Kenny, I hear you in there, man, but there's like 1,000 other people in there, man. I'll catch up with you later.
Roger. There's not that many stations on this island. There's only a handful of ham radio. So I look at you guys and they hang out on the 555.
Whiskey Charlie 1, are you out there?
It's loud. That's the cabin. I turned it up down there.
I can barely hear you in there. I got somebody playing a baby noise in there and all that.
It's one thing. I know the elevation plays a big part in everything.
It's a madhouse.
Your other tip, strange.
All right, I'll catch up with you later, brother.
My vertical up next year, it's flipping back and forth. I'll get that vertical up as high as I can get it. We'll see how that works.
That's right. That'll give a real true comparison. Yeah, you're right.
A stand that comes off of the 30 kilowatt tower up there, it comes off of the back pole, and it'll put, it'll clamp on in two places, and that'll hold my 11 meters in the vertical.
Hey, get the biggest, baddest Joe gun you can off Anthony over there.
That's what it works. Shit, I would just go with an IMAX myself or something.
Hey, tell me a bit any antenna you want over there, pretty much.
Plain crap and just put it up there. I mean, we're talking a half an S unit at most.
You're right. Just get it in the up here.
I don't think it would bother Starlink at all.
413, 513. Down Louisiana. Afternoon. Out there.
Starlight on me back up here. I got to make a money now. Get rid of the guy real quick.
You got that 413, 413, Louisiana. Yeah, wonderful afternoon.
Well, you made it to California. I can hear you.
Sunny day up there in Northern California.
You made it to California.
More game. I don't know what the hell's going on.
Yep, that's cool, man. Excellent.
I hear you.
27 Louisiana.
I didn't listen hard, but I heard you.
Weekend was well.
It really is, man.
It's the storm before the calm.
Yeah, Roger. Yeah, indeed. Now the mast, the pole I have is a little bit too high.
It's Sunday. Everyone's having fun. Then it's work day tomorrow.
That's going to affect the situation a lot of times.
Radio Canada 1031 Mel. How are you doing it? Yeah, I'm working on 990. And 990 base gauge through. Over.
How are you, Mr. Goose? Right, New York. He's in my morning, so Radio 5.
I got some of those two bands over here.
But I guess I could try it out. It's extremely heavy antenna. Up on the map.
There's New York. Hello, New York.
As high as they can go while standing on the strip. I got a number 615.
Hello out there in the Empire State. I think Australia's coming in there. I think it's time to say hello to Australia.
Hi, Jamaica. I ain't sure if you was sliding in on the
Hey, hello to you out there too, sir.
afternoon.
Hello, Mr. 606 out there on the East Coast, man. You are sounding grand and damn. 35 overnight, sir.
Needle Bender 07.
California, no doubt about it. See, World Radio 5. I'm for pilling this old school technology.
Yeah, you're doing it, man. Conditions are good, man. So, yeah, enjoy it, man. And you're loud and proud, man. Roger. All right, we do what we can do over here with this little tiny station over here. All right, brother. 73rd, see you out there.
Kentucky now, they definitely, 737, so I had my phone glitch. I had to cancel radio 99. You've got 1009.
Portable, I see it.
Computer 251.
Hey, Mr. Blue Ridge Mountains out there. Hey, top of the evening out there in the Blue Ridge Mountains. I've been hearing you out there all day today, man. You're sounding good over here in the East Coast, Mr. Blue Ridge Mountains. All right, well, you're getting out, brother. I hear you out there, man. Mr. Blue Ridge Mountains, 105 Arizona, waving a hand to you, sir.
Radio just went hydrochloric acid. Portable back. They'll have that here. In Orlando, it was sort of illegal, or maybe not illegal, but nobody supplied you with the hydrochloric acid.
All right, you have a fantastic weekend out there.
Hardware store, and they'll have buckets of hydrochloric acid. Just no big deal.
Here I go, 311 minutes over the fence anyway. I got
Hey, Mr. Audio Man out there.
0737.
Man, you're making it.
portable back on this quack.
I'm getting a lot of taxes over here. At 250, do you copy 99 Utah?
All right, Mr. Audio Man, you're doing it to it. All right, man. Hey, 73 see out there, 105 Arizona. We are the weakest station in the nation.
All right, so you can't hear me, huh? You have 99 in Salt Lake City, Utah, Roger.
Roger that, Nathan. You sound good up here as usual.
Hey, I hear you out there in Southeast Georgia, man. Bring back some memories to me out there. And every time I hear a Georgia station out there, it makes me want to fly out there even faster. Hey, 73rd stay out there in Georgia. Oh, man, there's my buddy 835, Mr. Bob out there, sounding grand on the band. 30 over 9, sir, man. You are just kicking ass out there.
You're working pretty good. I hear 702 Jamaica is here. 702 Jamaica. 702 Jamaica. 781.
You too, my friend, and I hope you feel better, man. I'll be saying a little prayer for you out there, sir. Hey, you take care out there and do the same out there. Have a great weekend. 105.
I hear all kinds of stuff like that in 370.
Mr. 527 out there in the sand pile, in the soggy sand pile. I heard you sneak in there.
107 Northeast Alberta, Canada. We tried.
All right, 527, I heard you in there. I didn't catch everything. I heard part of that. But, hey, have a good rest of the weekend out there. Enjoy the band opening, my friend.
California. California. Roger that, I guess. Hey, 702, you making it over here to the west? Yeah, but that's Florida.
Man, I hear a whole bunch of stations getting down out there in the East Coast.
Yeah, 249 Alabama. Are you in there? 249 K44, Larry, California.
The number that came out there, 813 Georgia. World Radio 510. Let's have portable. Quack, quack.
Hey, 249 Alabama, K44, California. I'm living in New York, so west side, Vancouver, British Columbia, return to Jamaica Station. We got a copy on 132 out here, Sacramento.
Mr. 737, man, you are still giving me 30 over 9 over here.
781.
Hey, Mr. 737, man, you're still giving me 30 over 9. Hey, have a good weekend over there. I'm in the Carolinas, 105 Arizona, standing by.
We're driving that mobile into the west side.
Audio 1-2.
Oh, Mr. Audio Man, I apologize for that, man. You're doing the same over here, man. 30 over 9, my friend. You're doing the same out there, man. Hey, keep doing it to it. Have a great weekend. 105 on the side.
Well, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Audio 1-2 check. Needle Bender 3-5.
There you are.
Sound like 813 Georgia's out of breath. I guess this Jack Hammer.
QC60. Dry your hair. That's next door.
Oh, hey, top of the evening to you out there, sir. I didn't catch the number, but I heard you in there, brother. You sounding good out here in the West Coast. You keep doing what you're doing over there, man. 105 on the side.
West Coast. Wave the hands out. Get my friends good on the west side.
God, they're all so damaged. They let this radio shit.
Oh, Mr. Whiskey Charlie 1, man. You're giving me 20 over 9 over here, brother.
Yeah, they're sounding good on the west side.
Yeah, I can hear you, man. I got some other people coming in there, man. They're trying to plug ears or whatever, but, man, you're sounding great.
They're in Boston, 781 with a Wild West wave your way.
311 Alabama, 444 Northern California West Coast, triple quad.
33 Tennessee, 781 waving.
Yeah, you gotta love the hobby, man. I'm telling you, man. You gotta love it out there.
Glad I can make it, man. You sound good out here on the west side. A little off frequency of where I'm at, but no problem with the signal and audio there.
Here we go. Can he actually do this?
Oh, Whiskey Charlie 1, man. You're sounding great over there. Yeah, I love all you guys over there in Florida, man. You got some good stations coming out of Florida.
73, see you and enjoy the rest of your weekend.
15 minutes and there's 8, 7, 6,
678 Alabama, 780 on the west side.
73 down north at all. Weather was nice. World Radio 510. Completed on the speed, static to the wall.
406.
No, when you said Michelob, you said it all.
And I know you're right. Yeah, well,
North Carolina.
That's funny. That's the only way I can hear Skybanger over there is when somebody has to retransmit it.
You got a copy?
Yeah, I can't hear them guys over there. They can't hear me, and I can't hear them. The only way I can hear anything from them is when somebody has to record it.
That's right. Running
outside working so tough when the big boys came and got in his face.
Surprised you can hear me on this
Now, I can hear you just fine over there, man.
Oh, he kept his arms down low and stayed humble. He
just wish it did more once, but here's what it is, I guess.
Hell, you're only 5 miles from my house. I should be hearing you. If I can't hear you, there's something wrong with my station.
6. Roger. 6 to you.
Yeah, I hear that 850 talking and talking and talking over there, Junior.
Well, I know. I'm just wondering, which radio are you on?
What radio? I'm on that. I'm always on the same radio. Come on now.
Hey, top of the evening, right back, man. Hope you're having a good day, enjoying all that DX, yeah? You on the 7800,
Yeah, I'm on the 7800 here. That's the go-to station.
66, always ready to the station. This way, your way.
On the FM dial.
That is the radio. Hey, I hear that big old station out there in New Jersey out there, man. I got a great sounding station out there. Hey, I hear you in the Empire State too, brother. Man, I hear you out there too, man, yelling for me out there, man. You guys are, killing it over here on the West Coast, man.
Central New York, 132.
Yeah, Roger, man. Yeah, I'm enjoying it, man. I'm on the fourth beer here, feeling it a little bit, enjoying it, and talking to all my friends on the radio, man. We're just gonna keep doing it.
Yeah, 66 Central New York, 132 Sacramento, California traffic. Hello, 66 New York. 66 New York.
Great. Big kid, out there, 193 Virginia, man. I just heard you sneak in there, man. 193 Virginia, 105 Arizona, waving a hand.
He hit an official in the back and he got disqualified. I got to see this.
Oh, Mr. 747, man. You got such a great sounding station out there, man. Don't change a thing out there.
Jim, good morning from New Zealand. And I'm hearing you pretty well, Jimmy.
All right, brother, man. Hey, like I said,
What about the
Carolina? If you change something, I'm going to be disappointed. You're sounding great out there, brother. Oh, keep it up the good work, man.
No problem.
Ain't no big deal. He hasn't been blocking the whole.
All right, you too, brother, man. Well, we do what we can do with this little old station here. Take care, my friend.
Maybe his backup's going to outshine him, and he'll be the bench warmer.
No doubt. I'm serious. He hasn't done shit all game but stand there and watch.
66, New York, 132, Sacramento, California.
Roger. Man, I got rid of my vertical about 2 months ago.
Yeah, 132, 66, and 132, Sacramento Drive.
Mr. God, I can't remember the number out there in the Carolinas. Hey, top of the evening to you, sir.
He's running for his life.
I really appreciate you coming out here and
Wide open guys everywhere. There's guys wide open and he can't throw to them.
Oh, there's guys wide open, man. Guys wide open.
But anyway, it's pretty green. Springtime's going to hit, so the rain will do. Once the sun comes up, everything's going to grow. So I'm going to show him really get back on the side. My signal's been used. Oh, I know. I have to stay in the chair here for a while. Victor Mike 00. Have a good evening. How about the World Radio 5511? How about it 5511 on Charlotte 3570 World Radio?
Are you trying to say Murray's acting like a big baby?
417, 417, Baker Dash. The old Yahoo trying to get this thing. Watch out of the old computer type radio copy.
Some shit going on. They go teacher. I don't know. He's just making circles.
Oh, 267 Alabama sounded good in there. Bakersfield, killing drills at Bakersfield, 267 Alabama. 3570.
Kentucky. You're doing a fine job in that Mobile. You got that working real fine for you.
Working good now. 38 Las Vegas, Nevada.
You got a 439. We got about 80 degrees. Much better than 80 up here in Northern Cal. It's just right. See you later, my friend. We'll do it again. I get up here fairly often. See you. Have a good day and better tomorrow. They're 6'9", Southwest Washington on the side.
How about that? Everybody back.
Hello, Security X. Hello, Security X. We are Station 9420. Station 9420. Looking for World Radio. Check in and standing by.
Yo, I'm 2740. It's Yo Parker on this frequency. It's the same as Yelling Monkeypox on channel 38. I'm not quite sure how to adjust the frequency in this, if there's a way to even do it. Gee, I had a bunch of other stations come in. Can you go to 440? Ladybug, Billy Goat's yelling at you. All right, Ladybug, Billy Goat out here in Mojave Desert, Southern California. I heard you. I'm close to Los Angeles, California. Anyways, Ladybug, I used to know a Ladybug decades ago. I'm sure it's not you unless you lived in Castaic, California, back in the 1980s, I think, 90s there. Anyways, there, we'll wish you the best of the day and get out of your way. Yeah, 002, Virginia, I hear you there. Hold on. Anyways, okay, Ladybug, the counterpart to mankind is very rare out here, and I always try to butt in and make an impression. So, whatever you think, I mosey up and down the band and every frequency. So,
Sunfish. That's pretty interesting too. That picture that I've got right there for the avatar or whatever. That was actually invented by an AI system. I put the words Anarchy Television, and that's what it came up with as a piece of artwork. It's very interesting. Anyway, you guys, I'm gonna go ahead and shut it down, y'all, and get back to you guys some other time. Hopefully, you guys have the rest of the evening be okay. I really appreciate all you guys coming in and hanging out. And this is the 1122 Wingnut Radio. I'm back out.